Hey everybody, here we go. Welcome to the U.S. Senior Championships coverage here on ChessDojoLive, where I see many people in chat competing for who is the biggest fan of Jesse Kraai. Everybody is pumped up and excited and cheering for him before his first pawn gets moved. A single tiny square. And that's exciting. I'm excited too. Kostya's excited too. Jesse's probably excited too. So it's a big deal here. And, Jesse has started playing his game actually about 18 to 19 minutes ago probably. We have a 30-minute delay on the games, we think, for the rebroadcast of the moves, right, as an anti-cheating measure, as a lot of tournaments do now, the majority of tournaments probably. And so, yeah, I mean, that means, let's see, I've got the right mic selected. That means we'll be seeing his moves in about 10 minutes, and we'll always be about half an hour behind the truly live action, but this is about as close as people outside of St. Louis can follow things. Maybe even in St. Louis. Maybe the players are locked away in a room with no in and outs. And this is as live as it gets. Really quick, folks, are there any problems with the video or the audio? Do you feel like you can hear me well? It's not too loud or too quiet? You don't hear the meeting in the other room too loudly. Hopefully. It's loud enough to be very distracting for me, but I'll try to remember what's going on. Patrick's excited for the bouse. Everything's working all right for the moment. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you. All right, Goose Chess is in St. Louis, and this is still as live as it gets. Let's talk about the tournament then, okay? So, we got Kostya coming in. Hang on, folks. Let's bring him in before we talk any further. Raga baga raba gaba. Let's do this. Let's make it visible.
Leave it.
Move it up here.
Upstairs. Go. Upstairs.
Place it over the avocado. Nope. That was not it. That ain't it, boss. That ain't it. Alright, let's select this. Bring it up here. Get some coast to coast going. Something about my internet connection is not good. That's not a promising start, folks. We got a little coast to coast, though. That's getting better. And then, of course, there'll be the question if people can hear Kostya. That'll be the next question.
Testing.
I can hear you good, so that's a start.
Great. Hello, everyone. What's up, Jake, Cross, Matt, Abdul? Hello.
Kostya's head is a lot bigger than mine. Well, so people say.
That's just how I was born.
Yeah. Some people have what they call now a big brain, right, Kostya?
Big brain, exactly.
That's a thing now.
Let me just put this thing up on Discord.
Yep. Discord away. Let the world know that the tournament of the year is live. As people were just acknowledging in chat, this is a little bit bigger than the World Championships. This year it's going to be Jesse's run at the U.S. Senior Championships, then the Olympiad, and then the Candidates Tournament, and then fourth most important event of the year, Ding Défoncé by Gukesh. You can hear
Folks,
Coach.
yeah, this is
quiet.
basically our candidates. This is it for us. Jesse's been looking forward to this tournament since the start of Chess Dojo. It's been his goal to qualify for the U.S. Seniors. He made it last year. He made it twice, actually. He won the U.S. Senior Open and then the state tournament of senior state champions. And now it's his chance.
Yeah, mega qualified, mega qualified. Like the memes about Fabi, which I think were posted by himself about qualifying for the FIDE candidates.
Right, in every which way. Exactly.
Yeah, thank you, beloved bookkeeper, and others for giving me help on the input. I did just toggle on an extra source, so we should be good. We should be good. People are happy to have Fancy Kostya with us and straight off the beach, David. Yeah. With the messed up hair and everything. Wow. It's about to get going. Kostya, I had a couple good questions today when I was covering Beal about this tournament, and they were asking me, who are the favorites for the tournament? And are you allowed to comment on that kind of question when you're sort of a semi-official St. Louis capacity? Can you say, like, I think this person has a better or worse chance of winning the whole thing?
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, for everyone tuning in, unfortunately, I won't be able to likely stay for the whole time because I am doing the player interviews for the tournament, the actual, all three tournaments, not just the U.S. Seniors, but they're also doing the U.S. Junior Championships and U.S. Girls Junior uh, uh, side by. So as soon as games start ending, I'll have to book it out of here. But yeah, so for the seniors, the top seed is a Grandmaster Vladimir Akopian, who switched to the U.S. A couple of years ago. I think this is his third U.S. senior, and he's been the top seed every time, but he hasn't won one yet for whatever reason. He's struggled so far. But he's usually the on paper favorite as just being like the highest rated player and definitely one of the most decorated in terms of the career. I don't know who's had like the best career out of all the guys, but Akopian would definitely be one of the top picks. Like two-time Armenian champion. He was part of their Olympiad team for many years, and he's been living in the U.S. now for many years as well. But yeah, just recently switched, and yeah, very very strong. You have Melik, of course, who won the tournament last year. And last year was very interesting because Melik Kachan wasn't like one of the so-called favorites, but he was one of the most active players in the field. And I believe he and Grandmaster Fishbein did the best, despite not being the highest rated. They were just the most active players in the field. I think it was Fishbein. I could be getting that wrong. But yeah, so Melik is there, Shava is there, Larry C, Kaidanov. Kaidanov, I think, was very impressive last year. He won a couple of years ago. So it's actually a very tough tournament for Jesse. There's a lot of strong players.
Yeah. Well, last year I think Melik was the lowest rated player in the tournament when he won it. So I have a theory that the lower your rating, the more you are a favorite at this tournament, Kostya. And that was the answer I gave earlier today during Beal coverage. I think top favorites are Jesse, Melik, Shaba, and maybe Becerra, the four lowest rated players in the tournament, basically. Because I think if their ratings are low, it's because they've played a lot. They've faced the youngsters. They've absorbed some of the rating deflation and all that. So the lower the rating, the more the person has played recently and the better they actually are.
That could be very true. I think being active is super important. And yeah, a lot of the players, they commented on being rusty. A bit of a tough pairing for Jesse in round one to have Black against Melik, who not just the reigning champion, but also recently U.S. senior, not U.S. senior, but the senior Olympiad team champion. The U.S. Senior team won the senior Olympiad.
Whoa,
and
I didn't even know about that.
Several members are playing for that team.
Yikes.
Yeah. Actually, all three U.S. teams medaled. The U.S. Senior, U.S. Women's Senior, and then U.S. Women's Senior over age 65 also got some medals recently. But yeah, on the Olympiad team, I think it was Melik, Kaidanov,
Was that like in Poland?
Shaba. I believe so. Yeah, very recent.
Hmm.
And Novikov, I think, also was on the team and playing the tournament. So okay, they got some recent experience. All the guys that were on the team, so they're certainly warmed up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is the
Okay,
toughest
yeah, we should
pairing
get
of the
games
whole
pretty
tournament
soon.
for him, in my opinion. Um,
Hmm.
Several reasons. I mean, I think Melik is the number one favorite here as defending champion and as second lowest rated player in the tournament, with only Jesse lower rated than him. Then Jesse's got black against him. Melik is a good aggressive player with white, and Jesse, one of his best defenses career-wise against e4 is the French, and Melik is an expert on the French as well. So I feel like it's one of the tougher matchups he's going to have all tournament. The toughest, I would say, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Melik, very, very good. He's been to me in the French a couple times. Uh, Way back when, growing up in Southern California, I lost many games to Melik
Yeah.
and I've seen him play many tournaments. Um, so yeah, let me just find the games here. All right, here we go. U.S. Senior. Beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, Faugra. I think it's not just you. I think Kostya's internet is medium. He's probably somewhere in the St. Louis, surely
Yeah, my
somewhere in the
Wi-Fi
St.
is
Louis
not
Chess
great
Club. And
here.
yeah,
Yeah. Hopefully it improves. Usually it's not too bad here.
there it is. E4
I
as
think we got
predicted.
some moves.
And
E4, let's go.
will Jesse bring the French? I know he's been preparing it. There it is. The
There's
French.
a leak.
What's that?
Our first leak of the
Our first league.
our
I
first
mean,
leak of the
he
commentary.
used to play this opening, so you know.
Yeah, I'm sure all his competitors will be watching the stream for info on whether he's going to play the French or not.
Kostya, this is a very, very rare thing for me. But earlier today, I live commented a game and I knew the final position.
How's that mean? It was quick
Means
draw.
means I've been preparing some opening. It means I've been sparring
Uh,
in private with people who are going to tournaments. Yeah.
I see. Got it.
So Melik should go
You are aware. Nice.
Melik should go e5
How was
here.
Beal, by the way?
Beal was cool. Prague lost with white against Abhimanyu
Yeah.
Mishra. Holy smokes.
Mishra. Yes, yes. Yeah, I just want to say Melik also is a big Bishop G5 player in this position, which Jesse will definitely have looked at.
Yeah.
E5, I'm sure Melik has played as well, but maybe not as much in a database.
I always
And Melik
struggled.
is thinking, I'm trying to think why. Yeah,
He hesitated
Bishop
for a moment.
G5.
I've always struggled in Bishop G5, D takes E4 against Jesse as white. Always struggled with that line. He's good at playing it. It's a good line. Computer approved, actually, for black in this position to take on E4. As it turns out, back in the day, I didn't know. I just felt like I was struggling. Oh my god, he brings the sauce! Oh,
H6.
yes.
H6.
Oh my god.
That's fresh.
So we got seniors who are in the hyper computer age here, Kostya. Oh my goodness.
That is very fresh. Taking a page out of like Gukesh's book from the candidates. Remember he was playing all these like early H6s,
Yeah.
A6s.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. So yeah, I mean, so going back a move, instead of H6, I just want to
Holy.
say, like you mentioned, DE4.
Yeah.
Jesse's definitely played this a lot, so that's why he's looking to mix it up. Because Melik, okay, I mean they both likely prepared, right, for the other guy, so
Yeah.
both trying to mix it up. And I remember actually I won a game based off of Jesse's like video slash prep like years ago. In these like DE94 Bishop E7 lines.
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
he showed this like very cool pawn sacrifice as black. He won some game,
The
and then I
C5
used like the
Queen
same
D8.
exact line to win like The c5 queen b8, exactly.
Yeah. Jesse's so good at this line. Yeah. I've
Yeah, you.
struggled against him over the board and then, in practice as well. To the point where I would recommend playing e5 against Jesse, honestly, just because he's so good at that d4 line. But here he's bringing this super sauce. So I saw this h6 move when we were doing the videos on the greatest players of all time. And you may remember that, some senseis did sort of a superficial job and were like, oh, let's see who's been good in the last 20 years. Okay, Kasparov, Carlsen, whatever. But some of us really studied chess history and gave really informed opinions during that episode. And so I played through basically every game played by Alyekhin, Lasker, everybody, for years and years and years to prepare for that episode. And I saw that when Alyekhin was a teenager, he tried out this h6 move in a tournament. An idea, bishop f6, yes, queen f6, not defending d5. G takes f6 is terrible, abysmal. But queen f6. And Alyekhin did not pull it off in that game. But I was so intrigued to see him play this weird line, and he was obviously, a very, very good player. I think I ranked him around number, 8 or 9 all time, something like that, right? I mean, he was a great player. So I looked at the thing a little bit more serious, and I thought, wow, this is not that terrible. This is almost borderline to be a surprise weapon. And then fast forward, maybe a year from when we did that episode, a couple months ago, I checked it with a supercomputer. And the supercomputer said, it's fine. The supercomputer says, you can play h6. It's just okay. And I was like, oh, I'm going to use this as a surprise weapon one day. But Baus beat me to it.
Yeah, so supercomputers tend to like just random stuff. And so, David, do you understand the basic idea here? Like, if white just takes on d5, what is black's point?
Yeah. So first of all, black's next move there is bishop b4, threatening the pawn on d5. Right?
And Melik just plays knight f3.
Melik
so I think
didn't
this
even
is
take it.
Yeah, it's a practical choice. And it's very typical for many players because they don't want to enter the complications. Is ed5 the only critical move?
I mean, not if you're well enough prepared at this point, Kostya, nothing is like the critical move in this line. It's that good.
It's just okay.
It's that good. There's I don't know what, but to me as a human, the critical move is taking the pawn. So that's what I kind of, as a human, that's what I was curious to look at. You want me to give some opening theory on stream, or should we just? I don't like advancing opening theory.
Yeah, I'm just curious, just the basic idea. Let's say you go ed5, black goes bishop b4.
Yeah.
White goes d takes e6. I just want to get a sense of what Jesse had prepped.
Yeah. So
let's say white takes the second pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sorry. Let me get my board. Okay. ed4, bishop b4, d e6, bishop e6. And then let's see what white could do. Maybe knight f3 would be a normal move there. And then for black, you just castle. You just play. And that's kind of how Alyekhin played it too, a million years ago, and I just didn't get it.
Wow. So you just okay. You
just like that. Sack. Yeah. Cool. And
love it. I love it.
Yeah, white can do whatever, and black's just okay. So yeah, I mean bishop e2 or bishop d3. Black can maybe just come quickly with c5 here. And
well, maybe Melik is somewhat aware of the line. If you're saying that taking the pawn isn't necessarily the only way to play.
Mm-hmm.
It's all kind of playable for black.
Yeah, he may be aware. Yeah, I don't know how prepped he is, but as we said, he plays pretty actively. So he could be up on this thing too. I would say another critical line,
Yeah.
Kostya, in the thing I showed you would be after bishop b4 to go bishop c4 instead of trading on e6 and letting black's piece out. That's another line white can look at. But is knight f3 a critical move? I think no. I think it's not. Because it still lets black play bishop b4. Oh, Jesse's already played quickly.
Yeah, Jesse's already played it, so he's
smoking.
He's knowing.
So he knows even his sideline. So Kostya, my understanding is if you don't want to take the pawn, the second move here to play would have been a3 to stop bishop b4. Because if black plays de4, knight e4, you still get like an okay version of a bishop g5, de4 line. Like your a3 is kind of canceled out by a bear h6. Queen f6 is not an ideal way to recapture. So it's still playable, and you're still sort of maybe threatening to take on d5 otherwise at some point. So I think knight f3 is what you first said it was, a practical move, not some special, he's hyper prepped and knows a specific idea, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. So bishop b4. Now Melik is thinking. So yeah, the longer he thinks, the more it's likely that he's kind of surprised by this line, which is great. Great news for Jesse. That said, Melik is still very strong in terms of just playing level.
Yep.
He knows how to move the piece as well and come up with ideas and stuff.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure it's going to be a big fight. Okay.
And he plays bishop b3 reasonably quickly, so he's not freaked out or anything. But look how fast Jesse is on this, And so I would say definitely the surprise weapon has helped Jesse, right? Definitely he's getting comfortably into the game thanks to this.
It's a good spot. Definitely a very good spot. McManus, Jesse is the lowest rated in the field, which, as David explained, is actually a good thing.
Yeah.
Because it means that he's also the most active.
Yeah.
Is Jesse playing sleeveless? Yes, he is. He got special approval from the club.
Is that real, Kostya?
No, he's wearing a shirt. Okay. But I did see he's wearing a hat today.
Interesting.
He's got a hat.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, what you said about Melik is still a good player. Another important thing is that it's still a French structure, right? So, I also think that in general, Melik is a good player of French structures and positions in particular, right? So, certainly has all his chances in the game still, but Jesse's avoided some of the early danger of this game, I think. Getting comfortable into the game and getting into prep. Man, he even side prepped this knight f3 thing. That guy is such a opening monkey now.
He was preparing a lot.
Yeah.
But it's good. I mean, I think he's working hard. I think a couple of things are great for this tournament. One, as we've been talking about, is just being active. But the other thing is just I think staying up to date on opening theory. I feel like it kind of helps just because you learn ideas and you don't just kind of play the same stuff over and over again. And I love that you just banged out c5. And from Melik's point of view, if you're not prepped here, you're very annoyed every time Jesse bangs out a move because you're like, all right, I'm just going to play knight f3. It's not the critical move. And then he just he plays bishop b4 quickly. And he's like, all right, I'm just going to play bishop d3, not going e5, ed5. It's just you still get hit with c5.
Bangs out the next one.
And okay, optically, it looks like black is getting very decent French.
Yeah, as to the question, what is the queen supposed to be doing on f6 here? I mean, she's not particularly good, but at the moment she's attacking d4 and c3. So what she does. I mean, she's probably gonna, she's considering that she might get kicked by e5, or she might end up. It's very tactical, I guess. There's not like a general use for her there. It's like
Well, queen
either.
on f6, I mean, was developed there by White's bishop trading on f6. Now it's putting pressure on d4. As you said, White might play e5 at some point. Queen will drop back somewhere to maybe e7. But Black's idea here is basically typical French, put pressure on the center. So like knight c6 is going to be the next developing move, most likely hitting d4. And okay, the only issue for Black is the light squared bishop, what to do with that one. But that very much depends on how White defines the structure, because sometimes White still can go e d5, they might push e5, and then Black will have to see.
Yeah, if White pushes e5, Black will have to see about the bishop. If White trades on d5 at some point, then the bishop will sort itself out. Of note, I'm not sure that Jesse's threatening d4, right? Like if White just castled and he took on d4, isn't there the whole tactical trick where White can just recapture on d4?
Yeah, but I mean, Black still wants to collapse the center, like cd4, knight d4, knight c6.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be happy to play that way. Make White spend a tempo with the knight on d4, right? Trade or run. Position looks very comfortable for Black after that. So Melik's played these simple moves, knight f3, bishop d3, but I feel like if he keeps just playing, simple moves like castles, it's actually getting a bit worse and worse for him.
Yeah. Now Melik thinking, so very likely he's out of book. Which is good. So he's got to decide how he wants to play this position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Klaus saying that there was a game that went castles c4. So the idea is after bishop e2, potentially you could trade and take the e-pawn, but in my experience, those positions are bad for Black after White goes knight d2. So you shouldn't be too hasty to think like, haha, I'm smacking you around with this like tactical tempo, this annoying c4 move. But to me, it just redounds in White's favor after knight d2. You lose back your pawn, and you've weakened your dark squares and opened them up a little bit here as Black. So personally, I don't like.
Also on c4, I would think about throwing in e5 for White.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they could too.
Just because Black closes the center, so then we get e5 and then no more pressure. Yeah. Okay, and castles.
Wow, and Jesse's still blitzing it out. And I think CD4 looked really promising for him, Kostya. So it's interesting that he's quickly castling ahead of that.
Yeah, no, clearly in book still. He's not really one to just blitz for no reason.
Yeah. Yeah, he's looking like a boss today, for sure. And some people in chat checked their databases and found a few games in this line. So it seems like I'm not the only one. It's not the biggest surprise, this surprise weapon. I'm not the only one who's onto it. But, anybody playing this, 5, 10, 20 years ago, they were doing it basically off of the Alyechin game and their own ingenuity and creativity. They did not know that it was sanctioned by the computer, and they would have most people would have assumed it was slightly dubious, but kind of a surprise weapon. Now it's like a surprise weapon that's not dubious, but perhaps becoming less of a surprise.
Yeah. Well, these days you're never playing a new opening that's just like based on your feeling. It's always just the computer said this is playable, so now I want to try it. Mm-hmm. It's usually the extent of the thinking.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you play the King's Indian at your last tournament, Kostya?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a couple games.
Yeah, cool. That's an opening where the computer doesn't like fully say it's okay, right? It's a little bit practical, a little bit like you have to make some
Um,
judgments yourself of what you're going to be able to handle.
yeah, definitely. The computer can be very unhelpful with the closed structures, because it just gives some advantage to white and then says every move is virtually equal.
Yeah.
They're just thinking like, okay, but both sides just move back and forth. It's going to be a draw.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, doesn't the computer say the kid is just bad? Yeah, I would say this is a gross oversimplification. Because actually, the King's Indian is played in like correspondence chess
Hmm.
quite often. You would
Wow.
think it would just be completely refuted there, right? Like,
Yeah. I mean, if it's
um,
refutable, then there, yeah.
yeah. But no, and of course, yeah, correspondence chess is kind of a different game. In fact, sometimes it works against you because something that might be holdable by the engine isn't necessarily easy to play over the board. So just because the computer can hold the King's Indian in correspondence chess doesn't necessarily mean that I could, against like a normal plan. Sometimes you have to find some very specific ideas. Um, but yeah, actually, I learned a good trick from Gawain Jones in his Chessable course. That's been very useful to kind of like give people some clarity. According to him, the starting evaluation of the King's Indian, like the 0.00, is actually 0.8. So if the evaluation is 0.8 for white, that means it's like a normal position. It's like about equal for the King's Indian. And so if it's above
Wow.
zero point 0.8, that means white has an edge. And if it's below zero point 0.8, that means like black is doing well compared, not like black is better, but like black is doing well, like compared to normal lines.
So he's not saying the computer's misevaluating by point 0.8. He's just saying that's kind of an average situation. So he's saying that objectively it's a little bit worse than some other openings.
No, I think
No,
he means like zero point 0.8 is like a 0, 0.
is equality.
Yeah,
But then you said if it doesn't mean that if you're below point 0.8 that you're better.
right.
But if point 0.8 was 0.0, if you're at like point 0.3, that should mean black's better. Normally? No?
Well, I mean, I think in practice it might work out that way. Like
Mm-hmm.
there are lots of times where I get a King's Indian position and goes my way, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is great. And maybe like the results might be uh like if you take like a position that the computer says is like 0.00 in a King's Indian, like I feel like the practical results will often be better for black. Um so it's hard to say. I mean, I think it's kind of semantics. Like it's hard to say like objectively is black better. That would be it's very hard to prove, right? Um, but I think it's more just to give like a practical evaluation. But yeah, definitely is where is about the space and I mean it's different, in every
Mm-hmm.
position. Like I was looking at one position recently where it's like, zero point 0.7, zero point 0.8 for white, but the computer just doesn't show a clear plan to improve your position.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, how do you actually win? And then I came up with a plan, like an interesting sacrifice, and then I like got it to happen, and then the computer was like, "Oh yeah, now this is actually very good." So I was like, "Oh okay." Like,
Interesting.
why didn't you think of this then? Genius. But no, I had to come up with the idea.
Yeah. Chris has this question about Jesse's quote about computers and space. I think, Chris, my interpretation of what he said about it was um, that computers can use space better than we can. So the computers value space a bit more than us, but rightly so in the sense that they can exploit it or use that advantage in a way that he doesn't see humans ever taking advantage of it, right? So, um,
Interesting. Yeah, maybe.
yeah. So it's not that they're overestimating it, but that a human who looks at a position that's given an advantage evaluation from the computer based on a space advantage may not be able to enjoy that advantage because they won't make good use of it. Um, let's dive into the position for a second, Kostya.
Yeah,
We're gonna,
just give me one moment, Dave.
yeah. I'll start thinking of moves without Kostya, right? So here's what I'm thinking. White's perspective, right? What does White want to do? What's Melik thinking about? What are his ideas, you know? So I'm thinking Black's got the bishop pair at the moment. Oops, that's not the other pair. Okay, there we go. Black's got the bishop pair. As White, one thing I'd like to do would be to maybe force Black to trade here to break up that bishop pair. Then I slightly don't want to bring this bishop out that way. Even if it gave Black like an isolated pawn, I'd still be a little not excited about it. My dream would be to somehow play a3 and e5 and bishop c3. And then like I'd have the kind of position that might even be slightly better for White somehow. So here's what I'm thinking. I might start with a3 with the idea of bishop takes c3, e5, intermezzo. Maybe not even necessary, right? Because, I mean, does Black really want to take here? Yeah, I'll throw it in anyway, whatever. It's my intermezzo. So I think something like this would look mildly promising for White if Black played along with this idea. And to me, Black almost needs to play f6 to challenge the pawn, but then you've moved 2 of the 3 pawns in front of your king. White's got rook e1 and just trading. My thought is this looks pleasant for White, this idea here. So, oh, he's just taken on d5, completely opposite direction. So against a3, I was wondering if maybe Black wouldn't take on d4. It's another thing one can do. But rather theoretical now, I suppose. e5. Okay. So if Jesse takes, then knight d5 follows and he's crushed. So he's going to be mainly looking at pawn d4 or bishop c3, I assume.
Right.
He's played a move.
And, okay, takes, yeah. And I mean, I was thinking he's got to be prepped here because, like, after you castle, you are hanging that pawn on d5. So you got to have something in mind. So takes, ed.
He's been happily hanging it all along. I mean, he did think for 30 to 40 seconds on one move. So
I was probably just he's probably just by the nuts section. You know, they got a very nice snack section of these tournaments. They got lots of like nuts and like little sushis. He's probably got crunching on some nuts.
Yeah.
Maybe he asked for a cup of ice.
Yeah. Before people in the chat yell at Jesse for, you know, studying a bunch of openings, and in the Dojo training program, we tell people to work on other things and not just memorize openings. Bear in mind that what you're supposed to do at different rating levels changes. Every single 100 points, the Dojo has a different training program, and that's partly to reflect, you know, when do you need to learn basic tactics? When does some kind of theoretical endgame not help you? When does it help you? And up in Jesse's cohort, he's supposed to be doing some of this endgame grinding that he's done. So this is a reality of championship level, grandmaster level chess nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely. And okay, the program doesn't change a ton from level to level. It changes gradually. But yeah, as you get to higher levels, you have to do more opening work, and that's just how it is. Yeah, people always say, you know, like it makes sense to study the opening because you're going to get an opening every game. Actually, I always found that to be a little bit backwards. I think what you get every single game is like some kind of thematic middle game. Usually it's like, in Jesse's case, could be a French middle game. Sometimes he might get a middle game that looks, you know, kind of like a classic like IQP position, hanging pawn, something like this. And it's like, it's actually these structures that are more important to understand before you delve into specific opening moves and trying to figure it out, because you need to know what kind of positions are playable and what you're willing to play when you're looking at the opening and choosing between variations.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to have some kind of reasonably evolved evaluation function, right? Otherwise, what are you doing going through a bunch of variations?
Yeah, exactly. I think openings are just kind of like the last step of the equation. It's like working on your tennis serve before learning how to hit the ball or do a volley. It's like, okay, serve is important, but like, if you don't know how to play tennis beyond that, you're gonna have a tough time.
Right. And you don't even know
And
where
of
you
course,
should.
people are always free to do whatever they like.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to be
But it's
bad,
just,
be bad.
people usually come to us with questions like, oh, how do I improve? Kind of imply. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it would be like hitting the serve and you don't know where you're actually trying to place it, right? Or once you've placed it somewhere, you have no plan of a follow-up shot either, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Your opponent hits the ball back and you're like, ooh, how do I do a forehand?
Right.
Yeah, you gotta be able to know how to hit the ball first. We got 95 on the board, and I was wondering if white is going to allow black to play c4. And I think Jesse is actually thinking for the first time here.
Yeah. Feels like it could be.
So big moment. He's
thought.
out of book.
I think being bad at chess that black has equality, period, here. That's my assumption based on the moves I've seen. So I think that Melik didn't want Jesse to play bishop g4 last move. So hence knight e5, and now clear moves for Jesse are knight c6 and bishop f5, right? Two developing moves.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, yeah. The whole opening thing's
Bishop
complicated,
f5, definitely
folks.
the first one to start with.
Sorry, say that again.
It's because you're trading off like a light scored bishop, and it feels like a big achievement.
Yeah. Hi, Job. Welcome to the show. Yeah, so basically the opening study, it's over time. We're not going to go into great depth on it right now, but, we start opening study of... First, we start with just some opening principles, like a video on the opening principles, and, tell people to think for themselves based on those principles when they play. And then people can start learning openings around 1200 Kostya, as far as like starting to make some theory. And it's, at first it's just a couple hours, and then it's, 10 hours and 20 hours and 30 hours, and it just ramps up gradually. But ultimately it is, hundreds of hours in the top cohorts. So, and then as Kostya said, do some of what you like. Whether or not it helps you specifically, it'll keep you enjoying things.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just trying to get people, we've heard a lot of the sob stories where someone's like, I played this open for 3 years and like I didn't make progress because I just kept studying openings, and like, yeah, that's what happens. We've We're just trying to recommend, what we think is best. Just goes for knight c6 reasonably quickly too, actually. And but I wouldn't say that that's because he's actually in prep necessarily, but rather I feel like Jesse, he does this thing where he tries not to take too long in the opening if it's more of a kind of strategic decision, or if you have multiple moves that kind of make sense.
Yeah.
He tends to want to save his time for when things get sharper.
Yeah, it's funny because he spends so much of his time reviewing other people's games, telling them that they should have thought longer. And then when he comes on and reviews his own games, he yells at himself for thinking too long, right? He's like, oh, dog, 12 minutes. That should have been 3 minutes. Like, oh, KGB's going to, have my skin.
Right. And that's what he's been working on. I think that's good, actually. I think, definitely there's a spectrum. You don't want to play too fast. Most players at the lower levels, they play too quickly. That's why Jesse goes on and on about it. But yeah, then at higher levels, you get the opposite problem, where people spend too much time because they realize there's so much to think about, and it's easy to run your clock down and get into time trouble. And definitely another issue.
Yeah. But I feel like both you and Jesse are
Um,
much more practical with your time than me, much less likely to sink into holes. But he's still so rigorous about it, even though I don't feel like it's a huge weakness for him.
yeah, I would say yeah, I've got the opposite bias. I've got to force myself to think deeper in certain cases and delve in to try to be more precise. Because yeah, my
Mm.
instinct to uh, try to play a little bit more quickly
Mm-hmm.
and a little bit more practically to save time for later.
Yeah.
And okay, knight c6, rook e1. Um,
Melik's pretty practical. He's getting the moves rolling. He could have super tanked about this thing, but he's been reasonably practical within somebody else's prep.
yeah, absolutely. And I'm just wondering, so on rook e1 on c takes d4,
Mm-hmm.
what's the plan? Does he want to throw in knight takes c6?
Something like this.
Oh, one sec.
Oh, sorry. I made the trades for you, and then I threw out maybe bishop f5
Oh, bishop f5.
for black. I guess, yeah, for some people in chat, I should point out we can't eat this pawn because of this check over here opening up the hidden attack between the queens. So bishop f5, and black's
Looks like total equality.
trying to hoover it up, but I don't know. Rook e5, bishop d3, queen d3, rook e8, rook e1. If king f8, there's queen a3. So black's still working a
Let's just
tiny
take
bit.
on e5 and go like rook b8.
Just, yeah, take the other file. Yeah, looks fine.
Yeah, I would think yeah, don't see a reason for white to be better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, this is good for Jesse. Round one makes
Oh, yeah.
solid draw against with black.
Well, it's still a
That'd be
long
nice.
way from that. Do they how do their games end? Can they offer draws? Do they allow that in the senior tournament?
I'm not sure actually. So most of the St. Louis events have a categorical no draw offers allowed,
Mm-hmm.
which is also the case in like the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah.
So I would assume that's the case here, just no draw offers, period. Um, which is nice because it just kind of removes that option from the players, so they don't have to think about it. Of course, once the position, simplifies down, it's not hard to find a repetition, but at least like a full game has had to have been played by then.
Yeah. So interestingly, folks, if Melik didn't throw in the knight takes c6, then after cd4, Jesse can take on d4. The important thing is the knight on d4 is not as valuable as a queen would be there. So after knight d4, bishop h7 check, king h7, white just sacked a bishop to get a knight. And prior to that, black took a pawn for free. So this line would probably be quite good for black, who could play, like, let's say bishop e6 and play on with an extra pawn, more or less. So that's why Kostya was thinking if Jesse takes on d4 that white's maybe giving up the outpost on e5 with a trade right here.
Yeah. And sorry, I didn't quite catch if you mentioned it, but yeah, if white like grab the pawn h7, then I think this is quite nice for white. But yeah, here black's a pawn up, so it doesn't feel as good.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Okay, couple questions from the chat as Jesse ponders this, and we can also, folks, we can all look if we see some sneaky idea from Melik other than trading knights against CD4. Um, but one interesting question from chat: what about just playing system openings as a way of escaping opening study? That's not our general suggestion. I mean, we don't say you can't do that, but when we say that lower rated players don't need to study openings, it's not meant to say and you should avoid real openings out of fear. It's saying you should play stuff like, open Sicilians and Nimzo Indians and King's Indians and Queen's Gambits and all of that. But just use, your own thought process to come up with moves that make sense to you. So you're learning how to play the opening over the board. And you won't be playing perfectly, but, you'll still be learning the richness of chess. Is that okay, Kostya, or does that need to be edited?
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. I mean, also, yeah, like in general, people always switch away from system opening. So, okay, if someone started chess a week ago and then someone taught them the London system, okay, fine. I mean, totally no problem. But eventually, people always kind of get sick of their system openings, and then a lot of players complain like, "Oh, I wish I just grew up playing E4 because then I would have all this experience by now."
Mm-hmm.
So I would suggest for people to kind of reflect on what kind of player they want to be. If one day you want to be like a sharp, brilliant attacking player, like your favorite Garry Kasparov or Mikhail Tal,
Yep.
then the sooner the better you start to try to emulate their chess, the better.
Yeah. Then the next question, Kostya, was we've got somebody who, played a bunch of classical games because of the dojo. And now when they play game 30 online, they're in time pressure every game. They're not having fun playing online. Do we have a remedy for what we've done to them?
Yeah, for the G30s. Okay, so Jesse did take on D4. Of course, you have to adjust to whatever time control you're playing. So we're all classical players here, but when I play Blitz or Bullet, I gotta play quickly. That's how the game works. Different time control means different game. And okay, they're going down on this line. Cool,
Mm-hmm.
like we thought. Um, so yeah, in terms of like playing a little bit quicker in a G30, um, I think some people they use percentages. So you try not to use more than, let's say, 20% of your time in the opening. So this is useful regardless of whether you're playing G30, G45, you kind of apply it. And you want to leave yourself, let's say, um, at least like 30 to 40% of your time, let's say by move 30. So you have time for like the late middle game and end game stage. The other thing I would say is just not to play without increment. So I don't know if people are playing like 30 plus 0, but I don't think that's really fun because eventually you're gonna go down, you're not gonna have any time. And at least if you have like a 5-10 second increment, then yeah, you can get some time back and you're not gonna flag when you're like a queen up for no pawn or whatever.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So exactly like Kostya said,
so always
whatever
play with increment.
whatever time control you're using, create like a formal time management plan for yourself, right? It's hard to be in
Mhm.
sync for many, many different time controls at once, right? Like it's hard to be tuned up for more than 4 or 5 time controls at once. But you can be set and have your instincts for 2 to 4 time controls. But you have to start by setting up a formal structure. This is how much time I want to spend on my opening. This is how many minutes I should have on my clock at this point, or this is the max time I think on a move of this kind. Create some kind of formal system. Check yourself against it for a while, and then you'll get the hang of it. Interesting question from Corduroy about the chess of it all. C4 for Jesse before the trade. White would drop back to... My instinct is F1, but maybe even E2 to F3. Had Jesse
Yeah,
played
no, I was definitely
c4
thinking
and
about
moved
this.
12,
It's
which
interesting
way?
that White allowed it. But yeah, I think either way, yeah, the bishop hits the long diagonal, and then um, yeah, White still has the better bishop long term.
Yeah, Palem, I personally don't like using my opponent's time management to plan out my time management. I feel like we should each figure out the time management that we want to be doing for ourselves and follow that. And to a certain extent, ignore how much time the opponent has, even though it's really natural to check if you're ahead or behind of an opponent. This variation I just played out, by the way, folks, I think will be reasonably equal as well. Basically, White's pawn structure is worse and their bishop is better. We can try out bishop f1 next. See what that gives us. Or maybe knight c6. Knight c6 here, and the person's point was to bring the bishop to f5 and get that nice diagonal. That's why whoever commented this idea in chat wanted to look at c4. This looks pretty fine to me. I don't see any problem with this position for black. The other move would be, I guess, bishop f1. And again, bishop f5 was the intention. I don't see any problem for black here either, Kostya.
Yeah, I mean, to me it looks okay. But I think what Jesse did is pretty simple in terms of just getting an equal position. That's not a lot of risk.
Yeah. So he's gone rook b8 here. b4, or instead of bishop f5. Now, so grabbing the other open file. Like what Kostya showed us a couple moves down, that other variation that I had put out, right? Kostya had said the same thing. If White's got the e file first, you know, maybe just put your piece on the b file, then you each have a file, and things should be about okay. Jesse approaches it similarly with rook b8 here, queen d2, and yeah, bishop e5 here is reasonable as well, I think.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't play bishop f5. Like, I didn't really see the issue with it. You can still play it here. One possible issue, but I don't think this is what Jesse was afraid of, would be if White were to pin on the f file. So let's say like bishop f5 in the live position, White goes queen f4.
Right. In the other one, it would be queen
that's
f3,
actually
similar.
Scary. Yeah, queen f3 would have been, yeah, the other line. But yeah, I don't think the rook endgame is particularly scary for black in general. My understanding of these double pawns is that they're uglier than they are weak. And especially if White doesn't have knights on the board, it's very hard for White to exploit these weaknesses.
Yeah, a king on g7 is going to hold the king's side. And especially since we're already on a file, we just play an active move like rook b4 and pawns are going to start trading. Certainly a 3-on-3 on the king side would be a draw, so, but White's, you know, a little bit worse in the center, so I just don't see them coming out of this with a big advantage.
That's right, Quinn. Jesse has been talking about this tournament all year, since last year, since we started the dojo, since before he was eligible. You have to be at least 50 years old to play the event, and before he turned 50, he was already dreaming about this one.
That's right.
We're very pumped for him that he gets to play. Conditions are always excellent. Yeah. Yes, David Borger from the YouTube chats heard this G takes F structure can be better than a normal structure. So what I've heard is that when you're down a pawn in a rook endgame, 4 versus 3, you're actually better off with the double pawns versus like non-double pawns.
Whoa.
Against the 4. Yeah. Rook endgame. So we're not talking about like all positions.
Right. In a knight endgame, I have to think it would be bad.
Yeah, knight endgame, I can't.
3 isolated pawns like that and an outpost on f5 for your opponent's knight. Ooh.
Yeah. Knight endgame, no good.
I shudder to think.
But rook endgames, yeah, it makes sense because it's actually very difficult for white to create a pass pawn when it's 4 versus 3. Yeah. And oh, bishop f5 played. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if they didn't have no draw rules, Kostya, I would expect them to be shaking hands here, honestly. I've seen Jesse and Malik do it in open tournaments long ago in positions like this.
Against each other?
Probably even against each other, yeah. I mean, right. The stuff just starts hoovering off, you know?
Yeah. They're cleaning up the board. We'll see. I mean, I feel like it's really up to Melik how much he wants to try and press. I mean, objectively, I think black is fine, but of course, you can always continue the game. You know, if Magnus was white here, we would expect him to just continue the game under equality and try to just eventually outplay Jesse. But Magnus is Magnus. He has this insane confidence that most don't have.
Yeah. I mean, there's really little to do, though. This is... Well, I mean, yeah, what would Magnus do, right? Choices are a little bit restricted because black's threatening queen takes d4 here.
Right.
Yeah, chess.com should at least put a coconut in Jesse's picture here. I agree.
Yeah, just chess.com doesn't have player photo for Jesse.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay, Malik is thinking how to press.
Yeah. Or how to make a draw when you can't offer one, right? I mean, that's a question too.
That seems like an easier question here. But yeah. I mean, I think white's safe after any kind of like h3. Sorry, not h3. I'm hanging the pawn. Rook e5, trade, and then h3.
Well, I mean, trade h3, rook b2.
Yeah.
Might be mildly not what you want. Maybe trade and queen c3.
I like even queen c3 immediately. Queen f4 is very safe. Well, lots of moves.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely a very, very good start to the first game of the tournament here. Good prep. Very equal position. No need to try and beat Malik with black to win this tournament. No need.
Yeah.
Melik's one of my favorite chess players, Kostya. I can't really, I can't root against him, even for Jesse. So
Really?
yeah. I mean, I hope Jesse plays well. Obviously, every round we want to see him win the tournament, but I'm fine with a draw here. Totally fine.
Yeah, draw's good. Jake says Jesse might as well have had a bye day today. Easy half point. Not at all. I mean, this has been weeks of opening study and sparring from Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Sparring every which position, making sure he's ready. And yeah, it's a lot of prep to make it seem easy when you're at the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. He knew this like several moves past where some people might have said, "Oh, it's not critical. I don't need to know it," right? But that made it easier for him.
Yeah. I guess this is something we didn't think about. I mean, Jesse's probably going to get himself into a lot of like kind of dry-ish positions, just due to his nature.
Yeah. Are you worrying about the excitement level of our broadcast?
No, not worried. Just I just am imagining that we're going to be looking at a lot of equalish positions.
Sounds good. All right, let's try and figure out how to squeeze from one side or the other here.
Yeah. Is the plan to get people to try to overpress equal positions against them? Well, no. I mean, I think mainly when you're playing black, in a strong tournament, you have nothing to you have nothing worth risking for right off the bat. So, in general, a draw with black is considered a very nice result because you get white in your next game. You can try and push for an advantage. It's very hard to win a game, so I think anyone would happily take equality as black, just because it's good to have. You're more likely to make a draw, and
yeah. I mean, it's beautiful to get all your pieces off the back rank as black. I mean, it's just a beautiful thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Kostya. I like trading and going queen c3.
Yeah.
We take control of b2. We bother you on c6. We could go rook a b1 next, or rook e5 next, or rook e7 next. So I'm giving you a couple things to think about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe like rook b6 for black.
Yeah, I thought of that. Then I was going to go... I've got two ideas, but let's start with rook a b1, the most pianissimo.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's say I trade on b1, and then I go rook e8.
Okay. Just letting your coconut just hang out. Okay. Nice idea. So Kostya wants to bring that rook to e2, which I don't want. Huh. Jesse didn't play boring. He played an interesting line and ended up in a boring position. You can play, a boring move and end up in a spicy position, or play a spicy move and end up in a boring position. Anything can happen. All right, let's try king f1. I think I see a pretty easy answer for Kostya. We got some azione. Melik has traded on f5. And queen to c3, folks. Haha. Oh, you got muted, Kostya, I think.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we figured out the try for white, so that's nice. Takes, queen c3.
Yeah. But after you go rook e8 and I go king f1, I think you're on the right path. I like your rook e8, and I think you're doing fine here.
Yeah, I was gonna go either rook e6 there or maybe queen e4.
Okay. I thought queen h5. Like
Also looks nice. Yeah.
And then h3, queen e2, king g1, maybe rook e4. Maybe rook e6, maybe rook e4. Feels like black's nice and active. You're not going to chase that queen out without trying to trade her. And the rook ending will be fine.
Yeah, all the rook endgames should be a draw. And yeah, the heavy piece endgames seem totally equal for black. As long as we get some activity. So, yeah, I like rook b6 here.
Okay, let me try my second idea against rook b6 then, since that worked out well for you. My second idea is to go a4. And I'm just going to ask a question to the rook, right? That's nothing aggressive, no ill intentions. It's just a question.
Just a question. Yeah, maybe rook fb8.
Nice. Interesting question. h3. Just calm. I have no advantage. I'm just calm.
Yeah.
By the way, Murfinsky, I'm feeling like I can't play rook e8 check against rook b2 because of rook takes e8, queen takes b2, rook to e2. So that's why I've played h3 here. I don't think I have this rook e8 thing, and against rook b2, if and when Kostya plays it, my thought is more to go rook e2 and just defend my c-pawn abjectly.
Maybe a5 for black?
Vicious.
Oh, sorry, wait, not a5. I don't need that move. I can just go rook b4 right away.
Sure. Yeah, I thought you might.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that. Okay. I taketh the pawn on c6. Thou comest to c4, methinks.
Sure.
Ay. All right, queen d6. It's something to calculate at least, right? That's what Magnus is just looking for. Something fun to think about so he can play some more moves. So exactly what Magnus would do. Rook b2. Wow. Now it's getting honestly kind of thrilling.
Yeah. No, I mean, very much a game. I think, you have to be of a close or equal level to your opponent to be able to hold the position like this, because there's lots of things that can happen. And yeah, heavy piece endgames can get quite sharp, especially once one of the kings gets in danger. And of course, there are many cases where someone kind of goes in, like rook e8 check, queen d8, and then they get themselves mated. They don't actually have the attack.
Right. Yeah, like this, folks. Right here, what Kostya is saying. We could go in, chase that king out, rook c2, rook check, king g6, and then we might completely flub because our rook is worse on a1. Or we might have enough with some checks or things.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking more like maybe rook e5 in this position. I wasn't sure if you would go queen c2 though.
Mm-hmm. Probably.
Rook f1. Oh, it's so exciting, actually. I mean, it's the boring phase is over, Kostya. Now it's intense. Woo! What happened?
Yeah, we sharpened it up. Rook d4.
It took us 3 moves to just lose our minds.
I mean, when both parties are willing.
Yeah, then they can dance. We can dance if you wanna. All right, let's go queen d7. Subtle. You expected something like a check from me, right?
Yes. Okay, queen d7. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the game, Jesse has answered queen c3 with rook e8.
Rook e8. Ooh. So he's also feisty.
Yeah.
Let's look at that in a sec. On queen d7, rook d1.
Rook d1. Ooh, brutal. Coming.
I didn't see your follow-up.
Not clear if I have one. Not clear if I have one.
Yeah, Grenborg, a heavy piece endgame. Yeah, quite common for English. I think maybe major piece is like the more common term, but heavy piece is used as well.
Yeah, I definitely call it heavy pieces. I think I'm more or less checkmated here. What the heck? What on earth was that? Wow. I think I resign.
Yeah, it looks over.
Brutal. Lag and rook on a1. Wild.
Yeah, queen f5 still rook f1. Abdul, yeah, exactly.
I have queen f5 to not lose. Never mind. Okay, yeah. Okay, so coming back to this. Queen c3 and sorry, and let's see Jesse's move now maybe, right?
Yeah. So rook f8.
Okay. So he leaves the c pawn just out there in the wind.
Mm-hmm.
Intentions.
Why can't white take the c6 pawn? I think white can. I think the question is what happens?
Yeah.
But it looks like black has either rook c8 or maybe some other options. White can also throw in rook takes e8 first and then take on c6, which maybe
that gives us rook e2, right?
Simpler.
Yeah.
We just get rook e2 at the end, exactly. Yeah.
That's easier to cover our bases on. Okay, so let's go with queen c6. Whoops, h3's just been played.
Mm-hmm.
Right from underneath me. But okay, we're still going to answer the question of M. Penrose, I think. Since it's the question of everybody. Queen c6. So rook ec8, Kostya, right? That's the first thought?
Yeah, I think rook c8 looks simple.
Okay, then we expect...
I was also considering, which maybe suggests white's move h3 to go like rook takes e1 first, and then rook takes e1 check, queen e4. This kind of trick.
Bossy. Bossy.
Which is, I think, annoying for white.
And then take on d4 next move, actually.
Yeah, even in case of rook d1.
Right.
You know, queen d4.
King f1 or rook d1 are kind of the candidate moves here, folks, by the way. But on either one, Kostya's just going to clean it up there. Wow.
Oh, but maybe king f1 actually is not Oh no, no, king f1 is okay for black. Yeah, queen d4.
Yeah. Same thing. We get d4 and we're okay. White could throw this rook e8 thing, but taking on f5 is not working. And it might even be better for black to just play king h7 because no need to release the white queen from defending the rook while white is overextending. So, yeah, well, it looks like his pawn was pretty safe there. Rook e1, queen e4. Go, Jesse. Love it. So h3 is played. Malik's doing a good Magnus impression so far here. In a pinch.
Absolutely. Now, okay. Rook e6 looks normal. Geezer Chess, thank you for the raid. Very apropos.
It's the senior championships here.
Watching Jesse play, going for his dream. Now, Jesse is I believe, a two-time high school national champion.
Wow.
Back to back.
Wow.
Which I learned while writing his bio for this event.
The things we never knew about Jesse.
Yeah. So, so he has won a national championship before. He's also a two-time Denker winner, which is also impressive.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Paul. For those that just got here, we're thinking it's very close to equal. Jesse got the jump on Melik in the opening. Melik played something less critical. They got a very, very simple position right off the bat. And now, okay, I mean, the trick is to not get complacent here as black because there's many ways to go wrong. But there's also many ways to not go wrong. So it feels like a pretty safe position.
Yeah. But it's nice to really, still be into it and precise, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, like in all of our analysis, I'm trying to play like the most active move and not just like obviously Jesse could have played like rook fc8 last, but it just doesn't feel right. Like if it's an equal position, then you don't necessarily have to defend passively just because the opponent is attacking the pawn. You might have resources to defend actively, which are often important to find.
Yeah, I mean, like that whole idea you just came up with, Kostya, like giving the pawn and then playing queen e4 here. That's not a dry move, right? That's having that energy and that flexibility to look at every position fully, right? Like to look for the dry moves and the aggressive moves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Important. Nordovik, you can hear our birds here? Is that what you're saying? You can hear my birds cawing above us? Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Well, that's a nice east side atmosphere.
That's right.
It's funny.
Yeah.
It's actually we got thunderstorms today in St. Louis. It was raining hard.
Oof.
I even got like a flood warning. It's dangerous to go outside right now in St. Louis.
Good time for chess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I remember we had a tornado warning during the American Cup a couple months ago. That was fun.
Yikes.
So sometimes these championships are interrupted by natural events.
But I would guess that in general it's pretty hot there, right? With or without whatever rain or storms you have.
Yeah, yesterday it was like 90s. Alexa Morningstar in the chat. Hello, hello. Yes, Jesse's finally here. So you remember, yeah, I mean, this has been his dream.
Yeah.
Hello, hello.
Working towards it forever. And here he is.
Shout out to Alexa, long time. H3. And now,
Now, how do we improve, right? We've got rooks on both files, but our c-pawn's hanging. What do we
yeah,
do?
and we already played H6, so
Yeah.
maybe King H7 is like useful. I didn't see, yeah, the issue. The rook E6 I thought was kind of solid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, rook e6, you suggested. That's a fine move. Rook b6, similar token, hangs a rook. Nope. So rook e6, maybe queen g6, queen f6 are candidate moves.
Yeah, can pull the queen back. Queen F6 feels like a great square for the queen, defending and attacking multiple pawns.
Yeah. We don't even know if queen c6 is really a threat now. It definitely wasn't last move, because last move with the back rank, we had calculated queen c6. Well, I say we. Kostya had calculated rook e1, queen e4. He uses the back rank to win the d4 pawn with basically just a double attack against these pieces. And full equality, easy equality. So that's why we get this h3 move. We've got at least 2 people watching from paradisical islands.
Rook E4, I think is also okay. It's very similar to Rook E6.
Okay, let's have a look. Rook e4. So if rook e4, queen e4, then your queen claims that she's a boss. And queen c6, queen d4 doesn't feel right, but maybe rook e1.
Yeah. Rook E1, queen G6, and
queen g6, and maybe rook e7. Maybe you claim that you're bothering black a little bit, or they still have to find some good moves.
Well, rook E7, there's tactic. Rook B1, queen D6.
Ay. More blunders from David. Dang.
It's okay. That's what you need 2 commentators for, to blunder check.
Yeah, ouch. No that. None of that.
Well,
okay.
I hear a move. Rook E4.
So that whole thing could be done. He plays it.
Just on time.
Yeah. Wow. Timpy has a question about the queen e4 line from before. Queen e4, queen c3 defending both. That looks kind of refutational. But I'm sure I just don't see it. Okay.
Oh, I didn't see that one. Yeah, that's a good find, Timpy.
We need a move like rook c7 or rook c6 or something, but rook c8, queen c8. Check. What? Timpy refuted the whole thing.
I mean, I think black is still okay.
Still okay.
Yeah, but no, that's
Wait,
not what we wanted.
Now we're down a pawn. This can't be the whole. Can't be the whole picture.
Yeah. So I think rook c8 then is the plan, not queen e4.
With one trade or without? Without the trade, maybe.
Yeah, without the trade.
Here, rook c8, you have to play a pawn down queen endgame, right?
Right, there's rook e8 check. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we're saying queen c6, we're back to the rook ec8 move then, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then queen d6 is the try to bother you move. But maybe rook b6 is cool. Or rook b2, of course, more than one option.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely felt like black had enough.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so it looks like black's okay, which also suggests that h3 was maybe not threatening queen c6. I mean, still rook c8. Black probably just gets back the pawn on c2 pretty quickly. So, rook e4 played. It's a good looking move too. And now the question is, I don't know, maybe not too many questions.
Yeah. I like Melik's profile picture because it was clearly taken at the St. Louis Chess Club in maybe this exact tournament a year or 2 years ago.
Yep.
And it's like, yep, that's exactly the vibe.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're getting right now.
There's a question about rook e4, de4, but I mean it's probably fine. I just feel like I don't think he would play rook e4 if that was the idea, to kind of like compromise his structure. And that you kind of just want to play queen e4, just keeping the line. Of course, I gets rook e1, but you go back and then you got the b file.
So here, if white tried to grab the pawn, it could get kind of savage. Rook c8, queen a4 to hold the pawn, e3, fe3, rook c2, rook f1, queen g6, rook f2.
Maybe queen e4 for black.
Maybe queen e4 for black, sure. Oh yeah, that's better, hitting e3. Still covering queen e8 as well. Rook f2. Rook check. King h2. Queen takes, and Kostya's got it all covered. Nice. So d4, playable looking. Rook e1, queen d5, preparing f5, and I would say that for the player asking about playing d4, it looks like to me like something you're allowed to do. Yeah, you can do this if you want to. You can make a game of it this way. Yeah, I don't see anything that makes this look like a sin or a crime of any kind, and in fact, it's a way of creating an imbalance and maybe stirring something up at some point.
Yeah.
So, okay, does Melik have moves other than just trading? Maybe f3, Kostya, another move? Not something you'd adore.
f3. Yeah, it doesn't seem to help white. I would think black can go rook e1 or rook e6. And that these moves were fine on the previous move, but just now they're slightly better because white weakened the second rank.
Yeah. Yeah, of course it's not going to lead to an advantage playing f3. I'm just... Honestly, I'm slightly worried of this guy's idea of taking on e4. That's the truth. I'm a little worried. From white's side. About d4.
Really, rook e4 d.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we could go down that whole line with e3, and it's a very, forcing line and equal-ish towards the end. So white could maybe take on c6 to force black to go into that whole thing.
Interesting. No, I wonder if we'll see rook e4.
But I mean, otherwise, if black goes queen d5 and f5 and stuff, Kostya, right? That position, if white does nothing dynamic here, and we let black go queen d5 and f5, doesn't that position potentially favor black?
Yeah, maybe black does start to feel a little bit more comfortable because you have at least the majority you can push. Yeah, f5, f4, you got extra kingside pawn. And I weaken white's king a bit.
And I still have the b file, right? We neutralized white's e file, but kept our b file. So that's just straight up an advantage on the board. And then, as you say, we also have an imbalance from which we can build a plan, right? So feeling slightly uncomfortable about that made me look for a move like f3. That's, just trying to hold the balance, not trying for an advantage.
But I kind of feel like white's still, white's not in any danger here, or that white needs to find some kind of precise move.
White's not better either, though.
Yeah.
Because black's got rooks on both open files, No, I think playing for an advantage is definitely gone for white. Got to try and hold it together. Rook b1, another thought. Looks just bad.
Yeah,
black
b1.
Black trades.
Oh, it's bad.
Goes to e2.
Oh, true, yeah.
And so we can't just contest both files the way white is doing, the way black is doing from white's side. So it's like, what? We have to go f3 or rook e3 or make rook takes e4 work.
Actually, you bring up a good point. We haven't found a single variation where black loses. Maybe black is down a pawn somewhere. But we found multiple lines where white just loses.
We did.
Yeah.
Partly we were trying to make something happen when we didn't have the position to do it from, right? Which is the kind of moves we were looking at for white were the very aggressive ones, right? I wasn't just trying to equalize earlier.
Yeah.
But now I feel like maybe
Right.
I would be. I feel like I've maybe accepted that I would be. And Melik, after 10 minutes, trades on e4. And how do you think Jesse's going to recapture?
I feel like he's a queen guy. But I wouldn't be shocked by e4 just because it didn't take that long to make it look nice for black.
Yeah.
He does have to calculate this pawn sap line with queen c6, queen a4, which is not hard, but
Right.
on queen e4 you have to calculate less. So
Fair enough. I think d takes e4.
is what he'll do.
Yeah. I've been talking about chess with Jesse now and then. And playing with him. He's really good, and I feel that he's not overly principled, right? He'll look at d takes e4. He won't just play an automatic keep my structure together move, I think he'll look at it.
Yeah.
And then he'll
He
think
hasn't responded yet.
if anything, it's challenging for white, so why not?
Hmm.
Unless there's issues in that queen c6 line. Let's have a
Yeah,
look at it
I would
again.
say this is the only critical line.
Let's look at that again.
But
Oh, something's happened.
DE4.
Yeah, told ya.
Wow.
Yeah, Jesse. He's good. I figured out something about the difference between him and me, which is that he just always sees more good moves than I do.
Oh.
Malik took on c6 quickly, so he was... He was, as I thought, looking for the escape valve at that point. He was calculating, like, how do I concretely solve this before it gets worse? Very instructive how both of them do it. Watching GMs in action like this, you know.
Yeah. I'd be curious if Malik is able to just make a clean draw, because in this line, I thought it's really only black that is happy. Maybe there was. So in that line on Queen E4, maybe white can go Rook F3.
On Queen E4. Sorry, I have to find the line of my stuff. Okay, what could white do after Queen E4?
Rook F3.
Which rook goes to F3? How?
Oh, wait. So the line was Rook C8, Queen A4. Oh, sorry, not here. The D4 line.
D4 line, okay.
Yeah.
D4 line, Queen C6, Rook C8, Queen A4, E3. F3.
Yeah, E3 takes Rook C2.
Rook F3.
Rook F1, Queen E4.
Okay. Way further down the road. I see it now. Yeah, I think, folks, you can see the live position below us. You can see them playing towards this position so far with Rook C8. We can keep calculating away here to see what's going down.
And I think black should be fine, but here white does appear to be pawn up.
Yeah.
So now I'm thinking maybe instead of Queen E4, maybe Queen G6 is in fact more precise, because it doesn't allow this Rook F3.
Right. So then what did we said? We'd said Rook F2, right?
We said Rook F2.
Yeah.
And
yeah, SCI stuff. After Rook E2, white has Queen A7, threatening to take on F7 with check if you take on E3, and you're down 2 pawns and struggling to prove. I don't think black has to play E3, but Jesse has just played it very quickly. Very quickly.
Just barreling down this line.
Yeah. So Queen G6, Rook F2, right? Is that where we are?
And okay, here I was thinking Rook C1 check, King H2, Queen D6 check, G3. Although actually maybe Rook F4 is playable. So on G5 you have Queen E8.
Oh my goodness, and Queen F8, folks.
Exactly. I thought this was a draw at first, like a nice draw by repetition.
Right.
But no. Why will trade queens?
Rook f4. Of all the lunatic moves.
So I think after, okay, e3 is on the board. I think after takes, rook c2, rook f1, we should just pause here. So that's where it seems like black has to be quite precise.
So after rook f1?
Yeah. So we got queen e4, we got queen g6. There's also queen d5 as an option. Queen e6 as a double attack. Maybe it's just queen e6.
The rook on c2 is hanging.
Oh, sorry. Okay, not queen e6 or queen d5.
Yeah, some of those moves are taboo.
Okay, and we got queen d3, queen g6, queen e4. Probably not queen d3 either, because that allows the queen e8. Is it possible that Jesse wants queen takes c2? No, because then we're just, well, I don't know, maybe. I don't like it though.
Here, queen c2. It doesn't make sense, does it? It feels like he should have better than this.
Yeah, definitely.
Or I should say, it feels like, you know, his rook should be more active than white's, and his queen is more near the king, so why would we be sort of trading off some things that are good about our position?
Yeah.
And even against queen c2, white could go, you know, queen d7 or queen a7 and keep stuff going.
And Jesse's paused after fe3.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not a great sign. It's not a bad sign necessarily, but it's not like a great sign.
Yeah, well, exactly where we've paused.
It's like, because maybe he just noticed like rook c2, rook f1, queen. Maybe he thought queen e4, but then rook f3 just kind of like holds on. Or does he want queen e4 first? Ah, that's a good point. Or taking on c2, queen e4.
I mean, queen e4, rook f1, maybe, right? By analogy to our other lines.
Mm-hmm. But then take with check.
Mm-hmm. King h1, I guess.
H1. And then some
queen e2.
Active annoying move like queen e2. Exactly. Okay, queen e4 looks clean. That looks like a nice way.
A nice finesse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like queen e4. Oh, nice. We had our prediction from earlier. Maybe we should get another prediction for this game going.
Who wins Lake Kwang Liam, huh? Wow. So queen e4, a suggestion for the live position. Threatening queen e3 and making rook c2 a stronger threat. Eye on queen e8 for white. Queen just dominates in the middle of the board. Rook e1, rook takes c2 looks like a blunder. Okay. Okay, I mean, that looks like a very strong move.
Yeah, definitely. All right, folks, prediction up. Get your predictions in. Win some channel points. Yeah, I think it's good not to barrel down because you might often miss stuff in the calculation. But if you have the intuition right, even if you miss something later on, maybe you have time to switch it up earlier.
Yeah, because all these moves felt so right for black, right? Rook c8, e3.
Exactly.
It felt right. Then you find some line that's not working. But if the moves were really right, there's a different way to play it.
Yeah. Queen e4? What can white try? Rook c2 is a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just see rook f1 and then I think we're okay. Take rook e2.
Yeah, I mean, there's queen b3, which doesn't look good at all. Very uninspiring move. The idea of rook c2, queen b8 to g3, I mean, it's like a hanging on kind of move, and just a question of whether or not black can finish us. Not really a question of any advantage for white. Rook e2, for example, simple move, and we see that white is struggling to hold it together. So, yeah, definitely not a real candidate move there. Queen f4, mostly impossible SEI because of mate on g2, I think. So she gets just stuck on g3 defending. Maybe queen g4 in some position. But, yeah, definitely bad for white. And, I mean, the move just doesn't look like it would have any reason to be good. Whoa, something's going down in the bird kingdom.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's not the average background noise.
I don't hear your birds at all. It's wild.
Oh, okay. It's interesting. I mean, you're hearing from the same mic, I think, as they are.
Yeah. But I'm hearing you through Zoom.
Yeah.
They're hearing you through Twitch. Maybe Zoom has like some better audio filters or
some
something.
audio filters, encoding. Yeah. Yeah, the birds went crazy just now. I mean, they're always there in the background as kind of like a cool, gentle thing. But right now, it's like they're having an election or something, Kostya? And like, there's some counter-protesters at a rally for one bird candidate or something. Like, it's really heated. It's heated.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Chorus of gulls. Yeah. What? Not all birds. What? Funny. The birds go wild.
Yeah. Suddenly there's a lot of chess going on, Kostya. I felt like there was a little bit of a lull for a week. I mean, you were playing in a tournament, so you may not have felt it.
Yeah.
But it's like, Beal is on, and the U.S. Junior and Senior, and there's a Magnus Tour event, right? That they We're asking if we could handle this coming weekend that we couldn't.
Right. Yeah, actually, I got offered like multiple jobs for like the next like week and or week and a half. I'm like, sorry guys, I'm very busy.
Yeah.
It's the candidates. It's the U.S. senior candidates.
Oh man. So what's the quest if Jesse wins this tournament? Like, do you have a sense of what would be next in his life?
Well, maybe, he could try to make the U.S. Senior Olympiad team,
Mm-hmm.
fight for medals with them. I mean, that would be awesome. Of course, you can try to win the tournament multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
World Senior Championship.
World Senior could make sense.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Or maybe
Absolutely.
travel around the world, going to different countries, challenging their senior champions to like a chess boxing match or something.
But yeah, World Senior just got very tough because another player recently aged into eligibility, and that was Mickey Adams,
Mm-hmm.
who
Also a
I,
non.
I don't know if Anand's going to be playing at the World
Yeah.
Seniors, but but Mickey, I think he was, or I think he might have been on the, was he on the English? He might have been on the English team recently. Not
Mm-hmm.
sure. I believe he's playing the actual Olympiad too. Um, but yeah, there's a question about qualifying for the Olympiad. It's usually by rating. But different countries have different rules for different teams. It could be one rule for like the open team and then different rule for the senior team. But generally speaking, it's just by rating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shirov is the same age as Mickey Adams as well.
Oh, Gelfand and Shirov are now aging. Uh-oh. Yeah. So it's going to be a rough U.S. U.S. Or World Senior Championship. I can't wait till I'm eligible for the World Senior, and I'll see like the top seeds are like Magnus, Bobby, all these guys.
You're
I
hoping that
still
that you'll one day dominate them.
no, it would just be fun to watch them play the tournament.
Hmm. Well, Kostya, I think you should enjoy your non-senior years. Don't be in a rush. But yeah, speaking of Anand, did you guys see he's 1/10 of a rating point from the top 10?
Amazing.
If it gets rounded on an official list, he might even be listed along with Wesley at some point. But he's 1/10 of a rating point away, and you guys were like, "That's ludicrous."
Well, it does feel like he's kind of stopped playing, the serious events.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
he did just win this Blitz tournament in Corsica, 9 out of 9.
Well, not just that,
So
he
he's
won that. He won that four-player tournament that they also have in Spain. Where it's like just go straight to semifinals and finals.
yeah, and I mean, that one is rapid, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But still, Leon Masters. Yeah, exactly. Um, yeah, no, he's still around. I mean, we'll see.
yeah.
We'll see. It'll be fun. But I don't know. Hans won today. Where's Hans playing? Another tournament? Is he playing the Beal Open?
I think he's playing the Turkish League, like just some random rated games against lower rated opponents.
Ah, Turkish League.
I think. I've been kind of in a bubble of king and pawn endings for a few days, so I wasn't playing through all the games online all the time the way I do. There were so few for a while.
Hmm. Okay, David. Looks like I got to run.
Okay. You gonna go interview
Might be
Jesse?
doing might be doing an interview soon. I don't know who finished, but I guess I'll find out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesse's
All right,
been in some
folks,
kind of a tank here.
it's been fun. I'm calling a draw for Jesse,
All right.
and
Cool.
I will see you all tomorrow, I hope.
Thanks, Kostya. We hope so too. Enjoy the interviews.
Wait, maybe hold on. Maybe I don't have to go just yet.
Okay.
Let me check.
Yeah, yeah.
Check a position here.
Check a position.
I see. Yeah, likely yeah, I'm gonna have to run soon anyway. All right, folks, it's been fun. Catch you all next time.
Cheers. Alrighty-yo. So, Kostya predicts a draw. I think that's a pretty reasonable prediction. I think Melik made a good choice going for rook takes e4 and queen c6 to a4, and just try and force a decision without letting the game drift. Yes. Chess.com does show the thinking time. Oh no, for current move, no. You have to wait till the move gets played to see how much time was spent on it, I think, Murphy. Yeah. Or, I've been paying attention to a point where you know how much time they had. I think Jesse's been on this move for 15 minutes. So that gives you some sense of how well I was or wasn't paying attention. We'll see. If I click back, does it show their clock times at different points in the game? No. Yeah, I agree. He might as well spend some of his time for sure. Why aren't classical time controls more standard? Kevin Hawkshaw asks. They're somewhat standard in FIDE tournaments. There's mostly 2 time controls that get played in FIDE tournaments now. 90 minutes plus 30-second increment, period. Or 90 minutes plus 30 seconds for the first 40 moves, and then you get 1 30-minute added at that point. Those are by far the main time controls in FIDE tournaments right now. But as to why it's not standardized, I mean, they can only have so many different rating systems, right? They can't have a rating system for 10-minute games, a rating system for 20-minute games, a rating system for 30-minute games, 50, 60, 80, 100, 110, 125. So at some point, the rating systems have always been a range, right? There was Blitz, something intermediate, and then classical. The intermediate was sometimes called quick, sometimes rapid, sometimes action, but there's generally been 3 different ranges, and then it's based on, different countries have different national, histories and chess cultures. In some places they play 1 game a week at a chess club. In other countries they play 6 games in a weekend. In other countries they play 1 game a day for 10 days in a resort. Like, there's all these different local cultures, right? So when you get to an international organization, be it in chess or something else, it has to take into account, national and regional variation and accommodate different traditions to some extent, right? So organizers need to have some flexibility to run events in a way that's going to appeal to people where they live and organize. Yeah, Queen E4's been talked about here, for sure. Game 110 plus 30, yeah. Yeah, anytime you get international stuff, there's a mix between, accommodating some things, but also preserving some things, right? Anytime anything globalizes or internationalizes. Dang, long thought from Jesse here. Pretty deep. But, I mean, the idea of playing queen e4 before rook c2 is definitely not a trivial idea. And there's quite an amount to calculate on both moves. And see, we're not going nearly as deep as the players themselves are. We'd have to just be moving pieces all the time instead of chatting about random things. Let me just take a little gander. At the other boards here for a moment, just see what's going on. Okay, it's showing no games as done here. Let me just see. We've got Julio Becerra against Shabalov. It's a big deal. We've got Douglas Root against Gregory Kaidanov, maybe? Yeah. Igor Novikov against Vladimir Akopian, a Slav. Larry C. trying to play something aggressive against Joel Benjamin with the Alyechin defense. Ay, 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 this line is not good for the black. Ay, ay, ay. But Benjamin, who was always a time trouble addict, has half as much time as Larry C here. So definitely some practical issues here. Are the birds on drugs? I don't know, Nordvik there. No, they're just birds. Okay. It looks very suspicious for black. This knight's terrible, but once it gets out of the way and the rooks come out, the d3 square is weak, and white needs to figure out how to organize their stuff. There's definitely a difficulty level to that position. Let's see what opening Becerra is playing here with Shaba. Okay, the high class advanced Caro. Yeah, the boss has definitely considered queen e4 and rook c2 by this point and looked rather far ahead in them. It's not ideal. Oh man, Shaba makes him beg for the light squared bishop trade. Oh. Black's position looks pretty pleasant here. I think that I think Melik is the favorite to win the event past pawn. And then I think Jesse and Shaba would be the two other favorites for me. These are definitely some old player openings. This D takes C5. But there are people who played like this since they were little kids too, you know. So. Yeah, gritty pans, you know, non-combative trading kind of openings, you know. There's an ad over there on the chess.com events page, and then there's us. All right. So we're on the chess.com events page. Cool. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yeah, of course, pass pawn, nobody's ever like a huge favorite to win an event except sometimes Magnus. Like normally if you're the favorite, it means your chances of winning are 2% or 5% higher than the person with the second best chances. But yeah, I think he's the little favorite there. Scout all of Jesse's opponents for him real quick here. Just see what they're up to. Slav. Yep, Murfinski. Sure did. Which actually might send Prague pretty close to dropping below Anand, right? One more loss for Prague and Anand would be in the top 10. Yep. So that's another way that Anand could get into the top 10. But I think by next year, Prague will have gone back up. No. If Anand wants to get into the top 10, he needs somebody like Wesley or Wei Yi to drop a game or two. Oh, is that right, Murphy? I did not realize that. So, Beal, passed pawn. A new, another super tournament started today. They've been playing Fisher Random and Rapid the last 2 days, and today they started the classical portion of the Beal Masters group. It's a whole chess festival, so there's other events going on as well. Several other ones, but yeah. But yeah, Mishra by a good chunk the lowest rated player at that tournament, and he won with black against the highest rated player, Prague, today. So it's a wild start over there. Okay, standard-ish Slavishness here. Knight g4 is a piece sack, and there's no active black pieces. Okay. Live position on that one. Okay. Reasonable. Playable. For both sides. Totally fine. Jesse still deep in thought. Huh. And action over here. Whoa. Knight c5. So black couldn't win a pawn here for a number of reasons, one of which would have been this. And Becerra had the most games. Cool, Murphy. That's great. I hadn't seen specifically who had played what, but I saw his rating and thought, okay, Becerra's probably played a fair number of games to drop his rating to that point. Definitely, Jake. You got to root for Kaidanov. Go for it. Make a move, bouse. MG Weirdo cries. Make a move. Tradovich for the bishop pair. Kaidanov looks like he's clearly worse here. Yeah, Fisher said, but that line is not good for white, right? That line is plainly good for black. Normally not gritty pans, but it's just very specific here, right? Because if after this, right, he could maybe just go isolate that pawn, maybe even play e6 here. It's just something specific. Two players had 0 FIDE games. I mean, how can you even invite somebody who hasn't played a game? Here I'm just kind of guessing for them, right? I mean, bishop d2 would be a sort of lame follow-up to e5. You could also go like this line here, pressuring d5. Takes, rook d8. Doesn't look like much. Little, maybe a tiny drop of something. And after knight d5, Kaidanov is thinking. So that means he's considering going here and plopping the knight on c4. But, okay, he plays the normal move after a while. I didn't believe in that e takes d5 thing very much. Instinctively, didn't really suspect it was going to be good. Is Jesse really still thinking? For 35 minutes? Is this possible? Maybe they agreed to a draw and forgot to sign off on the DGT board. You thought queen a7, huh? Let's see that. So you're saying queen e4, queen a7, and then you come here. Gotcha. Then this move. This move, this move, and yeah, okay. Gotcha. So queen a7, then you said queen e3 check, right? King h1, rook c2. Oh, there's been a move. After 35 minutes, queen e4 from the bows. So let's keep looking at Abdul's line, which is maybe going to be relevant to this whole thing. So Abdul said then queen e5, trying to bail the whole thing out. But this is easily fine for black after queen f2, right, Abdul? Or even queen e5, rook e2, a4 takes, a5. Maybe we don't need to mess with that. Here, right, threatening this. Check, we'll play f5. Rook g1, Take. D5, get behind it. There's a pawn I can get behind. Queen D5. Oh, you say queen D5 here and push a pawn. So it goes here, and you start pushing. Takeovich. Nobody wants to lose. Nobody wants to lose. This looks, to me, totally equal. I think the A-pawn is well under control. White's got so many things to try and defend and handle here. I'm going to defend this, 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 this. Like if the queen goes here or something, then maybe this is the next move, right? Poking the rook that's defending the pawn. But also just in general, you know, rook here, you get tied up to this, rook can go to a2 and get behind the pawn as needed. This looks pretty clear. Maybe queen b7 last move. Now we harass the queen till she goes to a8, right? Or is queen f3 going to be a move at some point? Okay, let's go queen b7. That was good. Ah, there we go. Patrick suggests something amazing. Rook a4 takes check. Check. It doesn't work. Queen's really good on this long diagonal. Okay, so queen b7. By the way, queen e4, rook f1 played. So we think this is simple. All right, so we're going queen b7. I think this is a good move for white here. And we're going to treat it with respect and try and find a good response for black, okay? We're going to play here with the idea of just rook d1, simplifying. Or maybe rook a4 is a threat too. We'll see. Now you want to go queen b1 and push. Ooh la la. No, you can't go to f1 because trade and rook here. Queen g1. The rook trade endgame would not be losing S-Han because black would be giving a perpetual check, you know, queen d6 and so forth. And now I try and get behind this pawn, right? Or you want to go to b7, not g1? So then I'm going to give the check, right? I'm going to go for this. Draw. In the queen g1 line, you ask, isn't there a6? There's rook takes a6 then. I think I held that together okay. Queen e4, rook f1 played, right? And we had previously said, I mean, I think that was very, very good idea for white, by the way. I think that queen a7 idea, yeah, that was really challenging, really challenging. Rook f1. We had said queen e3 check. Two check. That would be a repetition. King somewhere. Yeah, we did, Jason, and we think this queen e4 move was better. I think this queen e4 was a very strong move. What did Kostya tell us before in this position, folks? Queen e2, just hitting the rook. I feel like that's the move I thought of, and he had a better move even than that, right? Yeah, you recognize them, right, Jason? Queen e2 looks really obvious to me. Why not king h2? Yeah, we can go king h2 also, just on a few more checks. Here, rook c2 is defended, right? But you mean like a couple moves ago, GK? Yeah. So basically, no, that's not here. Rook c2, rook f1. Oh, from after rook e1. Oh, so you mean in the live position? I think there's nothing. Oh, I think queen e3 is just good, so I don't know about rook c2. Ah, he's played rook c2. What? But then he just transposed to rook c2, rook f1, queen e4. Huh? He thought 30 million minutes about this? Here we thought that white would have rook f3, right? And it wouldn't be that obvious what he does? How would I take between king h1 and king h2? I mean, it depends how much time I have. But, I mean, I'd probably go king h1 pretty quickly. I mean, rook f2 is just a repetition here. Rook f3 played quickly by Melik. Huh? Fisher Seb suggests like that we check this position here. I had sort of assumed that this would be, you know, just white kind of taking over like this, but let's give it the whole check and see if that's the case. Black looks like they're out of checks. What was stopping him from playing queen e3 check? Is there anything stopping this? Well, he just has to have like a planned follow-up against the king moving, which was what? I think queen e2. Queen e3 is the difference in the move order. It's the reason why this whole thing would maybe make sense. In our previous analysis, no, there's nothing in that line. Rook f1, check, king h1. Yeah, we played queen e2. And that was the end. We stopped there. We were just convinced already. I don't know, folks. But it looks like this game's not ending in a quick draw, so I'm gonna go get some reinforcements. You know, a glass of water, maybe some nuts or something like that. Which Kostya says they've got good nuts at St. Louis, so hopefully Jesse's got what he needs. I'll be right back. We got a real game on our hands. What? I might be up a little bit late. The kids left some pizza on Pruess in the kitchen, so I took it in passing. While headed for the glass of water. Is queen e6 good? Loses a7, but we can take a2. Good question. Let's have a quick look. Here. It puts all the pawns on one side of the board. Trading pawns generally good for the player who's worse. In this case, black, who's down a pawn, right, Steve Martin? So the idea looks like a good idea. However, as you found yourself, the queen's busy with this rook. Don't feel bad. Kostya and I were also looking at random moves with the queen in all these variations. So it happens. It's great that you spotted it on your own. Okay, Fisher Seb says, let's look at why not here, 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 and here. Ooh la la. That might be what was going on. It's very grovelly, but I'm considering queen e6 here, Fisher Sub. You have rook f7 then? Oh, that's dirty. Brutal. Brutal. Okay, so the main question is probably going to be active, you know, and do we survive? Yeah. Move him around a little bit. Queen here, we can take out the rook. White's got to deal with this checkmate on g2, but the queen is busy, right? Maybe queen g6, yeah. Maybe the only way to try this. But there's queen f4, yeah. That's unlikely to really be anything. Yeah, this looks okay, this rook c2 move. I mean, it's a little... It's a little bit far afield. There might also be this, like, boring move. I think rook c2 was right? But there could have been this move also just saying, hey, we're attacking these things. You know. Yeah, it is a pretty concrete line, I think, yeah. But we're pretty far afield. Like, you would have had to... You would have had to see it way in advance. Queen f5, g6, queen f2, huh? Yeah. And black is still working, you know, to justify it all. Queen g6 played. Rook f2 will have to be played. Played quickly, man. Melly's just bashing out those moves. So the key point in this line I remember from long ago is that after king h2, queen d6, white can play rook f4. Kostya told me that. Otherwise, rook f1, rook c2 is a draw. Yeah, you can see why Jesse spent so much time, because you can see how difficult, how long some of these lines were, right? I mean, it's not as obvious when we're playing out all the moves, but from the point before, from the point where we're playing like e3 as a pawn sack, to have seen all the way to one of those interchanges like queen g6 and stuff, it's really far afield. Like here we've got this queen e4. Where's the rook f1 line? Well, you know what I mean? Like queen e4, rook f1. Yeah. It's such a massive variations here, folks. Check. King h2, queen e2, queen d7. Yeah, to have gone this far and be looking at all this, around the time you're playing e4 to e3 and stuff, or maybe even before you sack the c6 pawn, this is very far afield, and easy to maybe see queen g6 and either freak out that it wins or that it loses or whatever. And they're looking at moves we haven't thought of as well. Of course, Griffin, exactly. I like rook e4. It was a bossy move. But Melik did great work in just 10 minutes going for rook takes e4, queen c6 and saying, confident that he's not actually risking too much there. I have an idea, by the way, here from long ago. This was my idea we never got to talk about with Kostya. And right on cue, Merle's asked about it. Yeah, this was my thought way back then. The idea is we threaten g5, right? And if the king goes back, we just go back to giving this check. So I was thinking maybe, this was the first thought I had, which is not a very impressive thought. From White's perspective, right? These shattered double isolated pawns are not likely to produce an advantage. So we should look for other candidates for White before we get into that. But yeah, basically just creating the g5 threat. Who's playing for a win here? Everybody, Griffin. But at the moment, I would say Jesse being down a pawn, he kind of has to prove that he's got enough a little bit more. Yeah, g3 breaks the pin, but obviously has its undesirable points as well, right? Maybe this becomes a nice move in response. Just juiciness, Idea rook c1 next. Exactly, SEI. Without seeing something concrete, where's the white king ever supposed to shelter with these heavy pieces, you know? You'd have to have a very decisive attack yourself to... There's something very concrete that you're playing as white to counter this. And on top of that, you know, the rook endings are probably drawn, right? So like queen b3, for example, takes, check, here or something. Well, maybe we don't even check the king. Maybe we just come here. You know? So you win back the pawn immediately, then it's an equal pawn, rook and pawn ending. Doesn't really feel like we're worse, right? Okay, Merle says maybe we can bring the queen to e4. Yeah. Okay, so idea queen check. Oh, and e4 instead of e5, of course. Takes, check. This is what you're going for, right? Is this it, Merles, or no? To me, this looks like a safe draw for black. If anything, I'd rather be black at the moment. Because the bad position is the white king. I suppose I should quickly calculate d5, rook d2, rook d4. Takes, king g8, d6, king f8. Yeah, the king gets. I should just make sure white's not queening before g3. Oh, right, without the queen trade, yeah. Here, something like this, right? Well, that makes sense. We're not playing g5 here as black. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Black's still down a pawn, just down a pawn. I mean, king g7's coming, and or rook e7 or rook c3. I mean, it's certainly white hasn't finished untangling, but I mean, white's sort of just up a pawn still. Yeah, okay. Exactly, Michael. You have to prove every single thing. You know? That's the deal. You have to prove every single thing. Find every detail. Well, somewhat confusingly to us, beloved bookkeeper, Jesse did play queen e4, but then after rook f1, he played rook c2, transposing back to rook c2 instead of queen e3 check. We did not quite figure out why that happened, despite 30 minutes of calculation. It's a little mysterious. And the game is still intense. You'll be able to see. Oh, Melik's repeating once. But after rook c2, rook f2, he can always go another way. He won't necessarily have to repeat again. Wondering for 1 second if Jesse didn't have queen b1 to take and take on e3, check. Here, defending this square. Yeah. Jesse spent 35 minutes on one move, Soren. Yeah. Queen e8 check played the second time around. Well, that leaves the a-pawn hanging. What's he up to? What is Melik up to? I mean, is KGB ever happy, Soren? Is that within KGB's emotional range? I think I once asked Jesse if KGB had ever complimented him on a game or a move he played. And Jesse said that once with one of his games, there were a couple moves where KGB said, not too bad. If I recall Jesse's response. And Jesse took that to mean like he'd played some moves that weren't that KGB thought were pretty good. It doesn't mean KGB was happy, but that was the closest he got to like, you know, positive reinforcement in his lessons. Now rook f2 again. Now, with these moves thrown in, can't Jesse trade on f2, go queen c2 check, and then take on a2? This is what I'm asking with the queen not being here, right? Takes, checks, takes, defends all your own coconuts from a2, right? Standing on the corpse of their pawn, you defend all of yours. I think Jesse likes / wants the tough coach.
Unfortunately, she's keeping track of inventory too and making sure that they're checking the inventory, making sure that they, like, hey, I think we're getting low on this, and they're like, oh my gosh, you almost run out. Multiple times has that happened.
Yeah. I don't see Melik why you give this pawn. Melik just didn't love the pawn on a2 enough. So, we take, we check, we take. Now what? King e4, takes, checks, whatever. Queen e4, king here, d5. I guessed f3 for the king just to be kind of defending his own pawns a bit more. This pawn's reasonably fast, but I don't think too fast is fair to say. I think black should draw without any real difficulty, actually. For one thing, this king's very close to being able to stop this pawn, and it's the only passed pawn. So that means white can't win the game with a queen trade. So it's between king f8 and queen d2 here. King f8 might have some issues with d6. Right? Opening up queen a8. I know you're scared, but you just need to calculate, my friend. You just need to calculate. It doesn't serve you anything to tremble in fear about every little situation in chess that might not be what you want. You just have to calculate some moves. So let's put our queen behind that pawn. Oh, then check cometh and the pawn goeth. Okay. Let's put in some work here. Yeah, queen e6. I'd planned queen a8. Sorry. I wasn't explicito enough. The point of this move being annoying, I mean, I drew an arrow and all, but the point of it was to go here, send you back, and then maybe take the pawn, maybe stay on the magical long diagonal, because who really cares about that pawn? It's all about this, right? And you can just play queen b7 just to highlight your disrespect for the full-on irrelevance of the a7 pawn, right? You say this and your opponent knows you're not counting beans, you're queening them. Oh, and look at that. My instincts saved me from an absolutely horrible, embarrassing blunder. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Your instincts will save you quite a lot. Queen b7. All right, so what's the right move here? Queen. Queen comeback. Queen defends. Now you'd think something like queen c6, right? Already lost or very close. Don't worry. Don't worry so much. Don't worry, be happy. Hoo, 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 hoo. Don't worry, be happy. Or as the Soviets like to say, don't worry, be happy. Like, you can make out the words of the conversation upstairs, Nordovik? It's super boring, isn't it? Oh my god. I'll go close the door, however, because that might be a little distracting. I mean, the people upstairs might find an equal material queen and pawn ending boring, but... Yes, but of course Jesse goes to take pawn. What did you think he was going to do? Also, this move here... No, if black gives some checks, the king can go hide, right? And then it's too late to take the pawn. Yeah, I think he's going to take the pawn. I think we just got to take the pawn now. Maybe instead of king g8, we'll go g6. Let's do this again. Here, check, here, d5. I was in a hurry to get my king over, but then I had weird stuff with my back rank. Boom, we take a long diagonal. If queen d4, we can still trade and get over in time. Now we come here, shoot. Ah, here, check. Here. Boom. Careful, careful, Kingovich. Get back! Get back! Boom. Queen A1 may have been better in every regard compared to Queen B2. There was Queen F1 check and defending the pawn and all sorts of stuff. Yeah. Get back to where you once belonged. That's what Jesse would say about this. It's amazing. You guys get to watch Jesse play a game while commenting on it himself. How many times have you seen a player live commenting their own classical tournament game the whole way through like this? Get back. Get back where you once belonged. Okay, and as somebody pointed out, Queen A1 is even more just, glorious. Just glorious. I mean, even the Norway tournament, you know, they come and talk to you for like 5 minutes and then they go play the game. Can we run the king up and promote? Tell me more about that, Merles. Tell me more about that. In which position do we start running some king up? I assume it's going to be queen e4, g6, d5 as the start, right? And now we should play queen a1 as like a precision over queen b2. But this is sort of the situation. Last time we went queen e7, king g7. Now, is this maybe where you want to try and come up the board? Not king f4, queen f6. Maybe queen e7, king g7, king e4 or something is your idea? I'll try to guess where you want to come. Where do you want to come? Thing is, your king's not really threatening to go much more forward. If I go here, do you take my pawn? Yeah. Losing that pawn is a little bit of an issue. That's right, Abdul. If they let Jesse into a confessional, they'll have to put age restrictions on their stream. And that's what we just looked at. Sorry, Salamea. We'll probably get around to it in a bit again. But for now, let's ask, what happens if we give some checks? This is the only possible move where queen b2 would have been better. Okay, let's go here. Check to the miserable king, right? Check to the... Oh my god, hang on. We can do better. Check to the miserable king. Man, what's going on here? But B8 checkmate. I think, honestly, very few parents want their kids to hear everything that Jesse has to say about coconuts. Very few parents. Although, I mean, he's got his share of child fans, for sure. Somebody was just in here before with their 9-year-old watching the early part of his game. I don't know what Jesse's wearing. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. But he's fine to bed now. Good. King c4 looks pretty winning for white. Well, maybe you're glossing over the fact that black's giving a perpetual check. I mean, where's this king headed? What's happening? What's the destination, right? I know. Whoops. Mouse slip. I know it's not just about the... Can I delete a move once I put it? No, you can't delete moves. It's not just about the destination, but the journey. But... Good God, Thorps. Yeah, I don't see where the shelter's gonna be. I don't believe the king has a place to hide there at that point, you know, which isn't to say it's not an idea white could use later on in the game, but I don't see at this point here how king e4 is going to find its way to a good square. I don't see it right now. Difference between king f3 and king g3 previously? I don't know. There's some little differences, surely. You thought you could go here and it would be okay? Because you would go in here and then queen? How about like check, here, check. Asking you to come back. Well, that's great for you, hockey chess dude. I'm glad your life is full of joy and success and a supportive wife. I'm just laughing because, you know, I know. I'm just I just mean, you know, some people have different experiences of it. I'm also truly happy for you. Of course, as you know. I'm truly happy for you. But it doesn't change whether or not Jesse's miserable or whatever. Or went through some misery at some point or some phase in it all. All right, what's going on in the actual game? Here, king g8 was the choice. There's probably couples where the dude and the wife are the problem. And, you know, the same goes for male-male and female-female couples. But surely there's not one gender that's always the problem or something like that, right? Okay, d5 played. And also, folks, Kostya picked this king g3 move, which is perhaps why Xerxes was asking about the difference between king g3 and king f3. One difference is in this one line with g6, king g7, there wouldn't have been this queen f6 check with the king not here. Yeah. And even people who aren't like simply bad or something, but that somehow are not, the right or the most helpful person for someone else in particular. Right? Right. Okay, but here's a difference with king on g3, is that here queen d2 could be played. Right? Like here you've got queen d2 as an option, which with the king on f3 was kind of failing to check. King here takes, right? And now there's queen e3 check. And we can see this king's lost a lot of its cover. And yeah. Yeah, queen e5's coming. Once this queen's on e5, I don't think there's a scenario where you win this game as white, really. So there's another difference, Xerxes. Is I think queen d2 looks like a pretty solid move here. Nicolas Zalamea in the sort of king f3 positions, right? In the king f3 lines, we're going queen here, and we're going queen e7, king here, and then d6. The reason I was doing that was because d6 check was attacking these two things. But I suppose you could try to play like this, defending that. And black can't trade, the king's too far away. But maybe queen e6 in that position controls the advance pretty well for the moment. If you come here, keep the game going here. Yeah. Maybe that's a little bit of a tickle of a something or other. This queen e4 with this queen f4 idea, yeah. The king can't seem to get back in the way, and the queen's slowly getting grounded down here. This line looks busted to me. That's the first one in a while that I've really felt that way. But yeah, Zalamea, I'd sort of assumed queen e7 to defend the pawn. I hadn't really thought about queen f4. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I also thought of this move here, but then here. Here, for example, maybe queen d8's better, I don't know. But then this move looked brutal. And queen here, taking all the territory from us. I don't yet see how white wins this position, but they have kept the black king at bay. This piece can't move. I don't know. Maybe somehow you push this and... Oh, he played queen a3. Okay, so partly it's got a similar point as queen d2, right? That you've got your eye on e3 now if they go queen e8, queen f7. And he's also covering the blockading square and planning to put his queen here, and he's preventing the queen from coming to e7 for white. So let's get into the game position a little bit. First of all, there's check, block here. This we assess as feeling a little bit scary, right? Because our king's not getting over and their queen suddenly has really prime territory. So against queen e8, I'm thinking maybe just here. You know, still just wanting to put the queen here. And if queen f7, we take with check. And queen f8, by coming back and being passive, we stopped attacking e3 and gave white time for queen c6. Sorry, the arrows just don't work on chess.com for the last few months. Right, so there isn't time for this now, like there was if the queen went back. Yeah, Kostya came. He showed us a bunch of cool moves, and then he had to walk away because he's doing the interviews for St. Louis. So some game presumably finished, and he went to do the interviews. Okay, so queen e5, yeah, that's a very nice move, centralizado. And that's what Lukas Urbanski said on YouTube, guys. I was just giving him respect for that. Yeah, that's a Lukas Urbanski one. Be sure to credit them whenever you use it. So it would be something like this. This. Ay, ay, ay. I don't know. You know, sometimes you have a song stuck in your head. Somehow I've got 4 or 5 songs playing in my head at the same time today. Really weird. And I'm thinking about chess at the same time. Normally it's one song. And I've got a flock of seagulls outside, indeed. I think one of the songs I'm listening to was written by a flock of seagulls. Queen a3, Melik's thinking. Do they have more time at move 40? Some folks have asked. Let's see if we can't look up the answer to that. Schedule, results, home. 90 minutes for 40 moves followed by 30 minutes. But they started with 2 hours, not 90 minutes. So this information is not necessarily accurate. Official website. The champion and the cheater. Format. It says 90 plus 30. So the St. Louis page is wrong too? They definitely had an hour and 20 when they started, right? That's really weird. Okay. Have any of the games finished? No, so we don't know who Kostya went to interview yet. Interesting. I'm curious what happened after knight d5 in that game. Queen e4. Okay, so he didn't give him the isolated pawn. He went for bishop c2. Tack. Tack. I don't know what that's about. Changed his mind about playing bishop c2. What's wrong with bishop c2? Knight c3, queen b7. Bishop c2, queen c6, queen h7, queen h8. Oh, you won a pawn for such a brief moment. Oh. So the idea is like rook b3, rook c6. Okay. Oh, you saw him interview somebody, host a Mahogi? And he did a good interview? He's got the interviewing skills? Nice. Who did he interview? Who did he interview? Who's already done? He's doing an interview right now. I find interviewing quite difficult, I will say. I love the idea of like hearing from the players and having interviews, but I don't really know how to do it. Chloe Gaw. Not one of the players in this tournament. Jesse played queen f8 live. He's in some hurt after queen c6, yeah? I've done a fair number of interviews, actually, yeah. And yet I feel like it's really lacking for me. Ah, she's from one of the junior tournaments. Got it. Oh, so Kostya is responsible for a lot of stuff. He's got 1 million people to interview. Holy cannoli. So with this retreat, okay, he's trying to like force the way for his king back instead of going this way. Everything Jesse's doing is following this principle. He's got to get his king over this way, but let's see how it plays out. This was scaring us before. Let's say he gives a check here, brings a king, gets bullied, and then what? And then you've been bullied, right? Then you've just been bullied. Dang. Queen d7 was played. Taking even more territory, but getting in the way of your own pawn. Now there may be hope in a5, because that's the whole tempo. I've been doing all these endgames this week, and that's like a crucial tempo. It looks like this pawn's way ahead of this pawn because it's on its starting square, but it's got one double move, and this pawn is blocked by its queen. Melik's a genius. Queen c7 though. So the idea is here, we're just blind pushing now. Oh, and there's checkmate. Holy mother of mothers. Queen c7. I know, we can't get the king over. We can't get any purchase. White's got the whole red carpet under control. Ugh. Holy moly. Well, yeah, strong chess. That's why I wasn't playing Queen F8 previously. Ugh. But now I think it's too late to get the queen active. I mean, White's got 3 pawns to hide within. What are we supposed to do now? Okay, we're still here. Black's move. We could go like Queen C5 or something, maybe. I mean, nobody believes it's going to work, but we could do it. You mean the computer gritty pawns? No, not yet. Okay. Interesting, Lucas. You and me. You and me. Queen C5. King steps over. Okay. Now Mahogany goes A5. Maybe check. There's moves happening on this other board. Take. Take a bitch. No! Don't cry, Mahogany! Taking control of angles towards the king, huh? Okay, this is pretty strong. This is pretty strong. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, Jesse's played Queen C5. Bounce back. If they push, check. And go! 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 Run, pawn! King F3 played by Melik. Like in our variations so far. Sorry, folks, the title somehow got hidden behind the template for the entire show. Whew. Well, we don't have like a great option, right? We have to do what we can. Scram a little bit. I mean, white has to prove something here still, I think. Oh, this pawn is queening in a second. Is there any way that there's a perpetual here directly? Queen c2 in the live position, Merles. Given a fair number of checks here. But okay, let's see the live position. King f3. Check on c2. White had queen c2 check in my line. Ugh, that's what you're saying. Blunder. Blunder of the century. But okay, we had lots of checks possible still here, right? Lots of one. Lots of checks still. Check here. King here, we're out of checks, never mind. I don't quite believe that there's a perpetual. Yeah, Melik's handling this endgame very nicely. Very nicely. And he figured out to go for that rook takes e4, queen takes c6. He figured that out in like 9 minutes. I mean, that was like a really meaty point in the game to get that out that fast. You mean here, Jika, right? Here, if this move, black takes, and queen's there, pawn too. So that's the hassle. We don't have the extra tempo to trade the queens off. We have to go for queening and give black a chance to have to go for the repetition. Or not the repetition, the perpetual check. It's late for me too. Wow, this turned into a real game here. Ay, 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 ay. All right, so we have some suggestions to go like queen c2 or queen c1 here. Let's try this, for example, here. d6. Yeah, I don't know, Patrick. I'm just going to move the pieces around and see if it occurs to me. La vie est bonne ici, Jailer. Thank you. Ay, ay, ay. Nope, nope, nope. We still got a checks. We still got some check skis. See, this was pretty checkish, right, Patrick? Somebody suggested trying this out. That was a lot of checks. So that's queen c1 from the live position, and if d5, rampage of checks. This is another idea for white that we can quickly discard. In some cases, this can be a very strong continuation, right? Opening up the black king, but also pushing it further away from the d-pawn. But here, I mean, you know, it's just one check will do. We don't even need perpetual check. So that's d6. That's queen e8. We need another move for white. Here the queen covers this pawn, but not that one. Here comes the king. Check. Here, right? Check. All right, there's something to live for. Also pretty interesting to check, right? And try and get this pawn. Yeah. Okay, maybe there's still some hope with something like this. Queen c1. Yeah, compared to queen c2, I think it's a little more versatile. All these different checks down here. What do you guys think? I mean, both were suggested. Queen c2 has queen d1. I think both moves just come from chat. We could look at queen c2 as well, but queen c1 looks like the right idea to me. Medium, gritty pants, meaty. Medium. Better than me. Less good than Grishuk. I think about normal for his rating band or range. So the rook and pawn ending is still going, huh? Well. If white wanted to draw, they could just go check, 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 check here. Okay, that game's dead. Let's see if any game is done. No. All still going. The bishop's not doing too hot in this endgame. These knights. Whew. Making us worry. Dark squares. And he doesn't even defend the pawn. Then we've got this one, Joel Benjamin. He was up a pawn, now he's down a pawn. The knight could also have gone to d3 at this point. But then after queen b5, queen's undefended, right? So if he wants to take the rook, he's got to trade. He gets this. Yeah, that looks a little risky for black. So he just develops. Gets back the pawn. Wins a pawn. Whoa. And what, he's trying to push the rook out. Rook c6, king back to d7, or king to b7, rook to d6. Not exactly clear that he can get the rook out. But certainly black's now up a pawn, so it looks good for black. Then we've got heavy pieces, excitement here. Shaba aiming at f3. Wow. Hit the spot at the right or the wrong time. Somehow got Shaba to give up the slightly superior bishop for the knight. And then go for f3. Which I suppose you can stop with pawn f3 yourself, which is undesirable, or not much else, really. A6. Highfalutin. Wow. Bows, what is that move? And how did you find it? He didn't play A5, no. "20 different versions of I don't get it." From chat. Melik responds quickly, meaning he considered this move? I assume your pictures, A. Butch, mean good or bad? This move is either good or bad, like many moves, other moves. Now the queen goes to c6 instead of d7? Or it had gone before? What kind of sorcery is going on? And Melik's responding so quickly, it's like he expected whatever Jesse's doing. So he apprehended the idea. Whatever this is, he apprehended the idea. Oh, Jesse wants to sneak his king over. Jesus, this is some high level. What the heck is happening? Oh, it just sailed right over my head. Along with all of you. A6. White's direct threat had been what? D6? Queen C6? Queen C6. What did White play? Check first. Then Queen C6. Doesn't seem so bad. Queen gets to D8. So I'll tell you one thing. Against D6, King F8, and it's not so clear, because if you ever do this, the king can come. So it's hard to make progress from here. Oh, but there is queen takes pawn then. Hang on. What do you ever have to do this? I mean, you have to play the king, because otherwise Queen C7 wins if you go A5. That's for sure. That's just a KO. What is going on? Now Melik plays D6. Okay, yeah, so if King F8, Queen A6... God, and I still don't understand why the pawn's on A6. It's 50, PP and Pampers 50. All the moves afterwards make sense if he played A5 versus A6. I don't know. Yeah, it's not like... It's not old by normal life standards. It's somewhat old by competition standards, right? Like if you had a basketball team or a swimming competition, 50 and over, you know, definitely it's an age where you'd be hard-pressed to compete with 20 to 30-year-old athletes, I guess. The reason for it. Yeah, I don't know why the pawn would be on A6 versus A5. King H1. A move from Becerra. So if here, he goes here. And if here, here. But if G4, then what? He just claims he can defend somehow? All right, there's a game finished. It's the rook and pawn endgame over here. Yep, fair enough. Jesse's pawn is still on A6 over there, and he's just come swinging out with a check. His king still can't get over, though. I mean, King F8, there's always Queen C8 check, so he gives a check, and then what? Then what? Then keeps giving checks, I guess, and keeps attacking E3 and checking the white king and attacking E3. Sure, could happen. Was G6 maybe better? Maybe. If you're just looking for a waiting move, yeah, maybe G6. But I don't know about waiting. I mean, it makes sense to play A5 and A4 or to go for a perpetual check. I'm really confused by this notion that he might want a waiting move. Seems like if you wait, white queens the d pawn. So what you need is whatever the opposite of a waiting move is, right? A consequential move. A significant move. He didn't like queen d8, queen f8, queen a5. So if queen f8, you lose it, and if king h7, that's just not what he wanted. But I mean, a line like this, you know, he's fine. Fine. But yeah, he doesn't want to play king h7. Fair enough. What was rook e4? Yeah, there were a lot of moves there. Rook e6 was possible too. He gave a pawn, but seemed to be doing fine for the pawn initially. Yeah. Yeah, well, we've been at it for, you know, 4 hours already, so... I mean, we thought the whole point of this queen e4 move order was to play... was to play queen e3 check. That's what we thought. And that looked equal. So... Yep. So, I mean, I don't know. His moves look consequent and logical. Okay, so he gives a couple more checks here. D6 check here, check here. Now I see like a place for this king to go. With the queen here, if you keep giving checks from this side of the king, it can eventually go to c7. That's a place to hide. You know why he traded rooks on f2. Rook e4 seemed fine. So you think everything was fine till he traded the rooks here. So what do you think black should be up to at this point here? Maybe check on c1 again, continuing the way he had been playing. Yeah, peut-être. Make white go for that king h2, queen d6, rook f4, or whatever. Yeah, but here he was tempted to get that pawn back. White centralizes, gets the d pawn going. The endgame becomes tough. I think queen d2 and king h7. This was all weird to me. don't see how he does anything now to keep that white king from running away to c7. Okay, making a new approach for the king. Now the king can get to f7 and get near that pawn. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. At a moment where the d pawn can't move because the queen is hanging. And he's not even allowing queen a6 probably because of queen e4 check, and then he collects this pawn with check. Can white give a check and then push the pawn? No, the queen will be too far away to protect it then. So no queen c8, no queen e8, no queen a8. Okay. Yeah, nice move. Very nice move. We think he doesn't get any more time other than the 30 seconds. So it's 10 minutes plus increment. Queen d5 GG yo, Murfinski asks. Let's see if that's the case. King up, and then what? You missed d7, takes, king here, king here, king here. And white loses. Whoa. By surprise. I just had to ask myself because I've been studying king and pawn endings, you know, so it's just fun for me to ask myself what happens. Okay, so this is live position, f5. Resourceful power move from Grandmaster Kraai. But Malik's got 44 minutes. He's got oceans of time. He's like a billionaire like Kostya. Merci. This pizza was throwing the game. It literally just threw itself at me. Queen c7. Queen c7 allows queen e4 though. I mean, that's a big deal. Come forward, get checked, keep going. I don't know. It's all tricky to me. Of course, d6 is trying to run, but the issue is e3 being gone just opens up another diagonal, 2 more squares for the black queen to use. It's very hard to win with a single pawn. Like, how do you ever not get perpetualed, you know? Very, very hard. Thanks, gefilte fish. I'd be a little surprised if he went for that move. Oh my god, he went for that move! Wow. Oh yeah, I've been fading for a while, Jason. Good night. And, yeah. We'll see if the boss can pull it off, and there'll be more tomorrow. There's definitely hope here. That f5 was a strong move. It gave hope. How does Melik play so quickly, though? Yeah, nobody knows KGB's identity, Raspberry. Nobody knows. Just in round one. Just in round one, and it's already about as intense as it can get. Just check and check and check and check. Shelter for that king, Murfinsky. One of the 5 songs stuck in my head is Shelter from the Storm. Yeah, we're just in round one. The queen could be saying this to the king, right? Come in and I'll give you shelter from the storm of checks. Queen e4 makes sense to force the king to keep moving. Maybe go to d7 in front of your own pawn. Maybe go around b6, a7 way. Yeah, the tournament's 1 game a day. They've probably got like 6 rest days, 9 rounds to play, so 15 days total.
Take the dog out.
After this?
One more time, yeah.
Okay.
Great, because I just did the kitchen and I'm going to bed.
Okay, nice.
Can you put this stuff in the dryer? Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's still got 20 minutes, so.
Okay. On a scale of 1 to fully, how cooked is this? I don't know, 50-50. They should also have mid-game naps, I agree. Adjournments, where you can't leave the playing hall to cheat with a computer engine, but they've got little couches set up where they can all take their naps together, like in kindergarten. I mean, pre-kindergarten, right? A little nap room. It's a great idea. Artwork behind me? Oh, these mirrors? No. My landlord is a top-notch decorator, I think. how to ever try to hold this, you give a bunch of checks. You just keep giving checks until they work or they run out. Still folks out there who would like to do an adjournment. Should we be worried about Jesse's clock? Yeah, a bit. 5 minutes is not comfy. There can still be lines that you want to calculate. Case in point, he's calculating some lines right now. I think Queen e4 is the move here. Yeah. Okay. Yep, understood. I think Kostya will do whatever the friendly, polite, and correct and professional thing to do is. In the old days, Chess Me Out, adjournments were fun in a way, I think. I'm not quite that old, but I think they were kind of fun in the sense that you could think about a position for a long time. Here in France, Molokai? It's about 100 meters squared. Three bedrooms, a kitchen, and 2 living rooms. Yeah, now that, if people can just turn on the engines, then there's obviously no point in it because they're not actually thinking about the position for 20 hours. Even back then, some people had seconds, which would sort of spoil it, but, I mean, not everybody had that. With the computer, yeah, obviously no point with the computer. But yeah, the way they would do it is one person would write down their move and seal it secretly. So they would know their next move, but they wouldn't know their opponent's next move, and the opponent wouldn't know their move. So each player wouldn't know for sure what the next move would be, in a sense, was the idea. It was like an attempt at making it more even. But of course, there are different situations where you could set up the timing of the adjournment so that you know for sure what your opponent's going to play, or they don't know what you're going to play. There could be some little tricks like that. I think a square meter is very close to 10 square feet. So if your house is 10,000 square feet, then that would be about 10 times the place that I'm renting here, I think. And if your house is 10,000 square meters, then I guess 100 times. That seems hard to imaginably big, 100 times. Queen e4 has been played. Good. Check, 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 check. Thanks, Damon. Yeah, there's all kinds of cool stories about the old sealed moves. Fun stuff. Your pool is the size of the Pacific Ocean? I mean, Hawaii is nice, and having a swimming pool is nice, and in Hawaii you can basically use it all year round. Not basically, you can use it all year round, so yeah, there's some definite pluses to life in Hawaii. I think for me, Molokai, the biggest minus to potentially living in Hawaii is that there's not a lot of like master level players or tournaments, and it's far away from other places, so it's not easy for people to travel and stuff. And I like playing serious chess occasionally, even if I don't do it very often. It's nice to occasionally do it. Chekovich, Kingovich. Oh, that king's pretty well hidden. Dang it. So this is the route that, pretty much the route that Alexa told us about. Somehow I was hoping the king would be here on b7 when I checked on e4, and then if he went to c8, I would go queen a8. Sorry, chess.com's arrows just don't work anymore. I was hoping that, we would check here, the king would go there, and we'd have queen a8 or something, but okay. Is he preventing d7 with queen a8, queen b8, queen c6? Maybe. The cost of living in Hawaii high. Yes. The cost of living in Hawaii is quite high. But like not so much higher than like, the San Francisco Bay Area. All right, Patrick says d7, check here, check here, king here, queen here. Threatening mate. Took me a while to notice, but threatening mate. Well, but white's not threatening to queen. Maybe if we just make a flight square for the king, everything could be wonderful. No? Maybe white starts creeping into our territory. Super creepy couple. Just sliding in. Ooh. Blah. Wait a minute. Is there an amazing draw in this position where we check, forcing them to queen? And then check, here, check, here, check, here, check, here, check. Is that a draw? Or am I just hallucinating because it's the middle of the night? Patrick says there's no way. And multiple people are laughing at me. That's not good. See, the king wanted to get close to the enemy king, right? He chose this path. Trying to go queen f7 and king f8 and all that. I don't see a way out of it. Oh, great. For once, it wasn't at me. Ha! Prefer king e7 instead of queen e7. Yeah, but you're not allowed to play king e7. See? It won't let me. What's happening in the live position, by the way? This is the live position. Queen e4 just played. There's still hope, you see. Like, anything can still happen. I think. I'm tired. They should be tired too, right? Oh my god, if they're going to play 1,000 move queen endgames every round, there's no way I'm going to be able to to go round after round of this. What if queen b8 here as a setup? Then I imagine queen check is okay. Queen b7 could be another move. He is Jimmy Sweet, yes. Jesse is the lowest rated player here. Yeah, that's a move. Yeah, if we check king c7 looks pretty decent. I was thinking queen c4 because here felt like the pawn was going to advance in a second. But, I mean, in theory, maybe you could go queen e5, but yeah. Yeah, maybe you can still go queen e5. But I was thinking maybe queen c4. King over here is pretty well hidden. Yeah, queen b7, I haven't thought of a good response just yet, I guess. That's correct, Foos. Melik is the defending champion. qualify for it, there's a couple ways. There's a certain number of rating slots. There are state championships for seniors, and the winners of all the state championships play a tournament for a spot in the national championship. So you see one qualifier per state, and then another tournament for them, sort of a tournament of state champions. And then something was played. Queen b7. Oh, you beast. You beast. And then what else? I think there's like a senior open with a single spot and one single open tournament. So the 3 paths I know of for qualifying. Maybe the defending champion has a spot as well, no matter what. I'm not sure. Gives another check, sure. Yeah, now that I looked at queen c4, king b8, it makes sense to put the king in front of the queen rather than behind the queen if we can. And then maybe queen e5. I don't know. Plays it. I guess I do know. I do know. The mistake was when I thought for a second that I might not know. Yeah, strangely, I think a lot of people were right that it might be better off with black not even having the a-pawn, because then, like, when the king, you know, if the king went and hid over here, you'd have checks on the a-file, right? So another reason for Jesse to push the a-pawn with abandon at some point, right? Because if white even takes it, it's helping him. They're only on move 49, it feels like 80. Because I'm on a different continent than they are. Yeah, I think you had the right instinct there, Patrick. Really good to keep that pawn on the board. Are you thinking of the recent game Fabi versus Magnus from Norway with the queen ending quite like this? But without the a-pawn, basically? Yeah, I checked the end of that game, if that's the one you're talking about, and indeed, Fabi's position was drawn until like the very last move. But he might have felt like he was getting ground. One minute for our Jesse friend. He could be considering bringing his king towards the pawn still with something like king f8, or he could be considering a5 followed by a4. What does white want to do? White wants to play king b7 next move. That's right. He could also think about what white wants to do and prepare himself for it. That would be wild. Yeah, apparently Magnus was surprised that Fabi was drawn. I don't know if it's much too late for king f7 or king f8. I'd probably go, I don't know, king f8 looks fine to me. But then what I do after king b7 is anybody's guess. Maybe queen e8. And then if d7, queen d8. And if queen c7, king e7. See, the king comes in handy, right? Here, I'll just show you a line. 8 seconds, good God. Okay, he played king f7 as I was playing king f8. The point in either case is to do this, this, this. And if this, you're here. And otherwise, you know, how do they get the queen out from under there, other than by offering a queen trade at some point? And the danger is something like this, and they grab this pawn, and then they maneuver in, and they grab this pawn, and eventually they might have a winning endgame just off of. But, okay. Jesse plays king f7, so that doesn't allow that queen c5 idea. King c8 gets played. Okay, no queen e8, queen e8, king e8, d7, right? Actual table bases are 100% certain A butch, yeah. Is it Abdul's? It's one of our faults if this game goes wrong, for sure. One of our faults. Wow, fancy pants move from Jesse with seconds left. Ay, ay, ay. This game is too hot. Doesn't queen d7 win now? Maybe he's going to g6? Queen d5. Okay. Highfalutin. Also not blocking his own d-pawn, so he can go d6 next. Right, king f8. That move would have lost against queen d7. It wouldn't have been possible. Looks like he still has d7 though, right? Good God, if he didn't have the a-pawn, he could answer d7 with queen a6 as well. That stupid a-pawn. Who knew it would be such a problem? Ugh. I don't see any moves. He found one. Oh, the carpet has been laid out for sure. The carpet has been laid. It's just some checks now. If he could put his king on d8, it would be a draw. Or a win. But definitely not a loss. But he can't hop across. So that king looks like it can head to a8 here, right? Like king b7, queen checks on b4 or so, king a8, and then no way to stop d8 from white. I think this is winning now. I don't see anything to be done about it. What a what a grim queen ending from our perspective here. Yeah, I mean the king just hides on a8. Good God. Oh, the a-pawn was a traitor. What a rough first game. He got a very nice position. I like how he played rook e4 myself and de4 and everything. I just... yeah. Resignation. Yeah. I didn't understand. I mean, it was a very complicated situation, but I didn't understand the queen e4 move and then not taking on e3, but playing rook c2 and getting back into this position. And then the position seemed difficult from there. Though, I mean, it's like you don't really think you're lost, but you can't clarify equality either, and you suffer and you suffer and you suffer and you get tired, and it definitely felt tough. It might make him stronger, but right now he's got to win this tournament, and it's going to be hard. It's going to be a hard tournament. Every point's going to be important, and with Melik as maybe favorite, you don't want to be giving him a point. So, tough road ahead of us. Round 2 is tomorrow at the same time, folks. And if we want to do coverage, we got to get to bed quickly now, I think.